So with that, Mr. Tahi, could you do the roll call, sir?
Chairman, members of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special meeting, Friday, June 10th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels present. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr.
Good morning, President.
Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Chair, you have 4 members available, which establishes a quorum for this special meeting. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable Vice Chair Walker just texted his message saying he's on the call. So moving down on the agenda, invocation, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Mr. Chair, yeah, good up. Yes, Biga, good up, Yadi, Miss good up. Yeah, on city in Lane Home. I don't know home. Yeah, Nana home. Beach in the road. And now on the Genevieve. The Nadi, I don't know, Rego. Something by another day, Gladaho. AIT, yeah, good up. Donna is a car. I don't know home, man has gone. It's Kai home. They don't know if I'm managing the home. I don't know, teach Nana Kato. Nana Kato. It's Kai home. Nana, Nana is metal. Nadi, Kato, let's go. I don't care. I see Kato is about getting, you know. I don't know. You are not Shani, although a regular dead ego. Zonago home, the children have card. I don't know home. It's an art, it's the home. So that this sheet home, I don't cut. Chop was that. I've card the home. I don't know until the home has in for it. And there about the years done later. There was a space, there was a strange that and a whole arc is food agita and a whole arc was daily yesi. I don't know how to had as they has actually done that pin and had that and the hone what the I don't know how to it's a better nana honda it's yours and the hone what I honda how did end the hone that from Kai because said an art the hone said it sheet and the has Adam the hone I don't know hone but how the Liada hone total I think that I honda had the Lian left had how to start and the hone but Gene had the shade hot in as the hone high the whole on it hone the hone نخاف كي هاتش تليد ولا شو هون لا شيء هاتش بعين من هذا هاشي تاعي كده تخيج هذا خلنا كي شو دات اتش أشلا دات هذا شيء شو هاتش بعين هذا نان هذا ليغوس تيز إيكو يابي يكوس تيز إيكو كاجي تبيت أشلا هون هذا نان تسدي بعد دات أشلا له إيه هاشي تاعي بتشوف هذا ليه هذا هاشي تاعي كده تيجي تنمي هذا هاشي تاعي هذا يلاقي هون يجينا هون أصلا هون الصدى دات الكينة دات الكينة تكويش دات إلا هون إيه ده هون هذا باشين هون تنسو أو إللي شو هذا وش ده زي كاري تبيت كهو هون ده جيان ده شيء هذا باشين تنسو هذا إيه هون ده كيس هون إيه شيء هذا باشين تنسو how got it lead or the short story. I don't see at a horn, then I did the horn. I don't put that a hundred a bit, a baby, not his feet bad at the horn. Toyat a horn, a pendant loin at Tsunami in horn. Then it hayada hot a horn. I wait gently and ton limigi a horn, I hear horn. Har sin basia and the horn, Mr. Tor, that a horn. So it was rather a bit a man la horn. Other horn at a sahi, leg a horn. Jonogo a horn, a sahi, le horn. Jono sahi, blade or lesson, his la horn of sauce together on the same horn. Sandia that aid about his la horn of sauce. I don't saw a kiss. See kiss, the horn yat egg on see kiss on hidden, then he not the horn. Is he been not? I thought that is he could be not good or hit the man, Lenny Ben not thought. Baban big kiss, Ahwichin, hello, Halita, Nana, Dorlessa, Queen, a down and long time here, that's Antlahona, a lunch for better. Glendigate in the way that I see the Michigan, but they're not on his street at the to the hunt for the best which is nature no day by yet he go hashing draw a whole season Jahona. Not like each name Jahona. A hodat, a banty kiss a ho. Not the yat echo hodo. It is niche Jahona yet echo hinan, it is Nihona. Junogo a hona. A kid eat him what yagi hona. Aro his na andish. No doubt are the adon there. I saw adon not what on Nihona. I his na andish working together, Nihabelagana. Communication need at the home out of the 4 C's that need to get and can't live in Ghana. Or that there. Because you know, in Hinan, the cities, Nation Nanakoto, Aro Nanakoto, the sort of number need, make it so Hona, as well as for even name, played on the Hona, which is the last for the Hona. So then the Haba, the Hasian, have the Haba, Hona, rather the Kacho Hona. Last year, we're going to have. I don't have Trinidad and later banana, so this is the last for than Lindy Hona. I don't have bad house in Hona, Habsahon, Mahon, should be in the Masini Hona. I don't have a loud Hona. I wait later home banana. Hard to see your caution the and now Adi got a late age neither was a now kid that is kid of the hard sheep had a lot in later hodo. A year but nearly could have kept me e alcohol. I don't have. About the Hasian, Habsahon, some his loud Lindy Hona, but I had your bias a Hona, though I for ye wet 8 Hona. I don't know Hona, and he ate and the Hona, asked for Hona, as they'll eat in the house, Kaniki Hona, the Adi Hona, but how these dollars and ham not I do Kato, ne, measure was not finding me Kato les Hona. I don't know Hona, but Jada is great. Home and the kiss with it that on that Hona. 8 Hona, Honors Yaki Hona. The Habab is the Hona, the Jabit seal, the Jab and Habab that Bush. The Jabit seal and Hadi enough is so as that of one net and that all not mother and on not mother is day. Oh, hard as she would on that yet and Lahona. As on the house, the Oliaki Honas too. They had just killed go bad on it. Ila I smell that what I laid it enough better. Halita I smell it and Bantleko, take a good tweet of fun it. That we can get a yes capa, take a smell at what I Banza kiss. I don't know if none it, what Ed Lahodo, the Habasahona, Sohona, I just want the Jada Nels, Gagi Hona, the Habata Dosh, Sohona. Diego home, the lamp not let me not a make cut or let home. I don't know, and Lenny home Pesha and Lenny. I don't know not Lenny Resources and Development Committee members in Lenny. Aid Honda. Yat echo home, non agent store, let yat echo. Because on the song a home non, she gave a kid made the home. I don't know, and the army, just as well let ego and the a team baggage in the home out of basic sheet home. He can't drop by in the total home, he can't drop by in the Toshi high lily, basic sheet or high so what Adam that case for that other home is a hodo is but I missed that Lahona, just a home as well, Sunan, and Benny Sabastahona Sahona, I don't know about Shina, out of a throw Kevin Malik head home, the hard knocks the home, was on the eyes of the home, Sabastahona Sahona. I don't know the better than you know a home nada blood or little court but the contona the tot and you know nada can't or let on nada the click or let on or it or let I don't know to that for that in this to the whole plant one the executive branch urged that I missed that let's stay on you know Lenegate and Navajo Nation president out of vice president out of division directors out of nada the department managers and Lahon asked on that Michigan I don't know legislative branch should die as a speaker ar bandal Michigan ar judicial branch my as a Ada rat it dan la anahui dan lahon as that in nation lahon na habsahon sahon ar hon sahosing or the sland the housing the la at the sland hon so that geben coordinate or let you in on the hon or die hon that so the nigi eben is need or less I don't know hon fund lenigi pa ka job by need to hon a coco hodo hashing now hoda in his hole just I don't care na hash kin hon Ada hon and fund lenigi ton lenigi la mi jo hoda to shi hon be hada di li to na be chan han di le so na we can out lost and lenita which and da hodo le we ven da hodo le to hon ata shi hon as the dan long hon hard shit hard not so hon hot as so na ne so it's lenigi to na hash kin hard shi hon na ko na han na da do hon na chel ar quiz kanda adil tanagi the queen khayda adil tanagi here the hona ken da do tle na na da do hona fund lenigi ton lenigi jo da do shi hona what at for the $1 hona at for $1 at din en $1 hona or $1.5 $1.5 thank you chair
Kehel Chago. Honorable Daniels and Hutchins and Corrosion, Sahni Glengy, Benachin Yat, Ehon, Nahat, Navigate, Hit all this, or Nash, and Sitting Hannet all this, or Kehe, Honorable Daniels, Kehil Niego, or Ehashi, that is indeed so. Hey, Nana, announcements. Mr. Tahi, any announcements for us?
Good morning, chair members of RDC. My announcement is for next week on Monday, June 13th. There's going to be a Navajo Nation Special Council session at 9 a.m. via teleconference. It will be on legislation 0086-22 and others. Then on Wednesday, we have our regular RDC meeting on Wednesday, June 15th at 10 a.m. Chair, that's my announcements for RDC. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any announcements?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, kodo da here na kodo not amin senigi aro kodo here the desnis kodo na reita chair kodo da sunna aron da kodo sutsalia na reiko hona da stand da hona na reita Wyoming don on Montana so yeah they hasn't so that in nation the hona fashion other days miss na reita Navajo Transitional Energy Company Intech or arbeidsgrond song ecuador package of link or AIC can get a business or representing them resources and development committee ko I don't have that link or hinanas the haloni given marco I don't rate on his $100 one I just had one announcement could on rate the rate yesterday other started the rate every year the rate Navajo a big chapter yan the rate nice Lateral intergenerational conference or that yojeko kon rate no session lengi dona na tweet fan in nasil lengi kon na adole hina skin kodo kino sesigi adole benan pinako atanai adon slone kon rate that we can ko ada in the radar welcome address the leadership no kodo arbeta ada stati do ha we do na na chinen lengi kodo na radar na ada and the people that the case I don't know but banan kino dana kodo hasing but shin na ko aruna kodo na radar instead the ko da energy banan kin aruna na real kan Edo, but it all jail on the radio how it's scared of Kuya Conco, a consultation that the Gal guest or Lescodo. AD could open the clinical. Here or in the day not dancing yarn as a dam, then the clinic. What I'm a chapter manager in Limigi, Mr. Earl Sombrero. What I again can add, got Chinic Hashins project, yes, Tito Nanakodo, and him his Vada, that Higi Ashkenat, Sada, yes, Tito Dana, Dana Hawes, or Tito Funny, and not I added that cake or Dana Ho. So it is that although adaptations on the way wasn't urgent, they want to transition about is death or lethical. So every year, Nate, every year. I don't know, Dana, Stone, Radam. Utah tribal leaders meeting, so that link or even Radam, 8 or college slash representing Navajo Nation, Dokado, Ajukodo, Ida, non-stark or Aja, with the 8 tribes in Utah, Kodo Kishin Dahin, so Aja. So $800 on his $1,000 every quarter and date tribal leaders meeting in Utah. So it is it is an announcement, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Daniels. Yes, we did. Navega Tadik Ashros, it's a little our advisor, Mr. Tahi and Honorable Stewart from Montana and Wyoming to visit the Intech mines and the work they're doing. Last year, they gave the nation $45.9 million. So, Arun Hinand Ato from the Office of the President, Vice President. I can see Mr. Honorable Vice President Myron Lizer, Aaron Kithodno, Pro Armington, so it was good to have him along with us. And this is what you call partnership, working out with executive branch leadership. So it is my announcement. So thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other announcements?
Chairman.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman. RDC members, staff, and I understand Vice President Lizer is on the phone as well. From Crown Point, Eastern Navajo Agency. Good morning from the east side. Yeah. Thank you for that prayer. Always appreciate your prayer, and it's always good to start our day with that in reflection. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairman, colleagues. Yesterday, I attended the commemoration of the transfer of the Qatar Lateral water treatment facility from the Bureau of Reclamation to the Navajo Nation, as well as the NTUA. The commemoration, of course, included it was a ceremony, a lot of speeches and a lot of thank yous, and I didn't realize it's a $1.4 billion facility. Water is coming from the Qatar Lateral Reservoir. It's treated twice, and we actually drink the water. And it's already going through it's going to reach 44 of our chapters out here in New Mexico. That includes the Navajo Gal Water Supply Project. But, it was a very good day. Represented RDC. And, thank you to, of course, our Navajo Nation water management team, to the Bureau of Reclamation, to everyone that was a part of this feat and undertaking. As well as thank you to Hickory Apache Nation, our neighbors. They allowed us to put some pipe through their tribal land. So President Velarde was there as well, and did thank him on that as well, and was able to acknowledge him and Hickory for allowing us to do that. The pipe goes through towards Counselor, reaches as far as Torion and Ojo Encino as well. So very thankful for Hickory allowing us to do that. Maybe at some point, Chairman, we could ask Dr. Thule Cordova to maybe give us an update on it, if that's okay. Maybe her and Mr. Kirk, if they could provide us an update on significance of this, of yesterday's commemoration. Our chapters are already getting the water. Perfino and Naizi are already getting the water and it's really good water, and we're thankful for that. We're very thankful for that. Of course, recently with Utah getting the Utah water rights, now we got to focus on Arizona too and work on that. That's gonna be a fight, but we're up for it as well on the Arizona side with the Colorado River. But I just wanted to mention that, Chantal. It was a very good event yesterday, and we're thankful for that, and thankful for the the partnership that we have, partnerships, I should say, with the federal government and other tribes, as well as the Navajo Nation coming together for this undertaking. I also attended the Tribal Leader Summit at Sandia, Pueblo on the 1st and 2nd. A lot of good information was shared. I did ask for a report from the State Engineer's Office. I think Mr. Tahi is working with them as well as Water Management Branch. They did a very good presentation on the upcoming monsoons, and it's a La Nina year. Well, yeah, La Nina, and they're anticipating, a lot of rain coming our way, hopefully. So with the drought situation, with the wildfires, we really need some rain. So I look forward to this report next time. I believe it's going to be the end of June or first part of July to RDC to give you an idea on the potential forecasts for the monsoons. Everything that they get is from NOAA, and that's usually measured out 10 days, but there's also other models of precipitation that they can use as well. We also talked about education, public safety. Another area was on focus with RDC was transportation, NMDOT, and working with NDOT on the state highways out here. We have Highway 371, Highway 550, Highway 491, Highway 64, and others that our people utilize. So, and then another area related to DCD was on the economic development. So those are kind of the updates I want to share with you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable members of RDC, any other announcements? Atenya Hakoshila.
Chair,
We'll move.
Chairman
Honorable
Keown.
Daniels. Honorable Daniels.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's the announcement about it is about this usually every year monsoon season October the kind of 2 weeks or not so 80 years water resources earth and dams so that's one river so maybe the next meeting that getting up from water resources what amount is the corner data in the Shiki Kodo. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Goshila, Mr. Tahi, could you make a note of Honorable Freeland's request to have a report by Dr. Tully Cordova, and as well as what Honorable Daniels just stated here from Division of Water Resources? Perhaps Mr. Jason John could provide that report and see what they're doing with the earthen dams, knowing that the monsoon season is going to come upon us quickly here soon. So with that, thank you. Honorable Keown Begay Jr. Go ahead.
Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Shana, welcome back. Back home safely. But the to ohian hitini to this aden hatata to azigi to da inishigi. I wish that our land was green as the way you've been sending pictures over here, but we have hope for it. Our land will be green again. Several areas kodo kwake bahatisiki eti kadinidia And I think that's the reason why I'm trying to push the Army Corps of Engineering to come on to the Navajo Nation to really help assist in this particular progress locally with the chapters. I mean, I don't want to put any of my chapters on the spot, but I mean, we have equipment just sitting at each of these chapters. I mean, how can they help pitch in to get these earthen dam situation issue? Equipment as we speak. And then some chapters are still waiting for their equipment as well. That's another situation that we have. Resource, but yet we have brand new graders just sitting at each of the chapter. All they do is drive by and a brand new equipment that's stored at the chapter house. So and that was one of the reasons. I'm not sure if you guys heard me yesterday about the Three Branch Chiefs Agreement. Majority of the funding, those excess funding, should go back to the chapter for these purpose. CDL, certified staff, the daily niche, or even by agency, that's one area that I think anticipation on. So what is it that we're actually doing? Because I believe the Army Corps will be here within a week or two in my area. And for us to get ready. And then the other area, for example, I have irrigations office in many farms. Department, because this irrigation office is combined with two other chapters such as Ganado and Red Lake. Every time that I go to the irrigation office, either they went to Ganado or they went to Red Lake. What's the purpose of having a program within another chapter, but yet majority of the resource is being utilized elsewhere? As you know, the community has irrigation office. We're trying to fix a diversion dam. 18 plus 100 acres of farmland is idle. And I've been bringing this up to the division director, Department of Agriculture and Water Resource. And then there's some funding, just $3 million. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm asking the RDC to come back out to many farms and specifically discuss that particular issue, because I believe Window is really putting a stance on the budget of what and how it should be utilized at the local level. Local officials, they're not being, I guess, the way they see fit to improve the community. it's not really being acknowledged by the Windrock level. Within that budget, there's two water well projects. And we're going on our 6th or 7th year of this funding just being idle in a way. So Chairman, you've seen operation in different states of how some of our enterprises are doing, but why not within the Navajo Nation? Why can't those type of similar activity of our resource, our land? I mean, farming is juk akodoni de cheya hadzi dodo la na huinsen hodat haki the chapters the bindan tina dobit the beta inisho. And I'm sure some of these crops were bought elsewhere or off the reservation. So hodat haki halet kodon as oversight for the Division of Natural Resource. And then I got interviewed by a network. You've seen it. We have artesian wells. You ponding and then I'm sure they're just being evaporated. But it's good for some local animals to drink from it. But the utilizing of the water is precious. But it's just being evaporated. Chairman, again, we encourage programs, enterprises such as Intech and even NAPI. We are trying to reach out to them. But the communities, what more can I ask for? I believe sufficient funding is at the community. Abundant of resource of equipment is here, but it's just a matter of the lack of manpower that's needed. Although the state right-of-way, we need to sit down with ADOT, because what ADOT is saying to us as state task force, the Chairman Freeland, the Chairman, and I've been bringing this up, ADOT is saying that we really can't ask for more grant funding of federal fundings on behalf of the nation, because a lot of these agreements, they're set in terms of a limit of years. We can't get any grant funding because that there's the MOU or the MOA, the right-of-way agreement, has a set terms where right after it, there's no guarantee that the state's going to continue to have the right-of-way. State that you quit information again, but we really haven't said anything, and I've been addressing this to the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. The ADOT director, ADOT board meeting, and they'll be ready to be conducting their 2022 final meeting in Chinlin in December. How do we no, but yet a lot of these internal policies that we can't do much more because of our own internal policy. And then the other one, set the slant, but I believe that we can continue to do that. A septic system to fail with that. IHS proposed a meeting on the 13th at 1:00. But like I said, I'm sure they can have the meeting while we're conducting our session as well. And that's another area that I believe that we really need to address, the failed septic system across the Navajo Nation. Coco, I believe that RDC, when you come out here, probably just make a visit, one or two in the community. I mean, where it's beyond gross. That's all yet, but it's in the backyard of a community member. The nan liniki bin chipokano hotahot. Ko ede shido shisazing ishnant anos liniki. This is what I continue to be addressing to the administration and to the programs. It just seems there's limit, none. That's a that's it. The shingle, that's it. I mean, I don't know, Joe. Maybe give me some ideas. What's the best way? What's the best approach? NHA housing plan. All the issues that I've been addressing to NHA is not even part of their plan as well. So, I mean, what am I writing in Spanish or am I writing in different language where they can't read my statement? So it's beyond frustration, Chairman, that I'm expressing right now. But I'm trying to be calm as much as I can to be on record. I'm hoping it is being recorded. That this particular situation is a situation in some of the regions that we represent on the Navajo Nation. I mean, broadband, and I truly believe that this has begun to be more of a political project, that they pick and choose of which area they're going to be selected to be completed. And I obviously said that I'm being targeted in that area as well. So, so setting that aside, how do we continue to? I don't want to penalize our Navajo people, the chapters that I represent, to wait until the following year or another year to get these done. So, our chairman, AD Kwagi da Bishaka Got Ashin Kodo Ben Hichahasit or Chairman here.
Thank you, Honorable Gay. What we can do is schedule a leadership meeting and go over our priorities, our concerns with oversight, and all the issues facing our Navajo Nation as well. I understand some chapters, even a couple of my chapters, still haven't received their heavy equipment at all yet. Although septic systems, they cannot afford it. Some of them are elderly, and the septic systems have been in there for a long time, and it's time to replace them. So, and they should be prioritized because they're elderly and they can't afford it. So, Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Chairman. I forgot to announce also, there's another wildfire that started south of Grants too. So I hope it doesn't get any larger and does not get out of control. So hope and pray and thank all of our firefighters and all those battling that fire, and it hopefully doesn't impact Rama as well. And all our Navajo people live in that area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Honorable Begay, Roba Hensigan Hitsela, don't know what you've been snated, and then again, it's a levans. Even Ado, but I'm snake and what you're not conscious. I don't know. Yeah. Any other announcements? Then we'll go to recognizing guests and visiting officials. Introductions for all to start with RDC. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, though, Resource Development Committee members. I don't get staff, though.
through this virtual call, the Honorable Vice President, Mr. Leiser, welcome and greetings to you, to the presenters for each of the items on the agenda today. From Western Navajo Agency, I send greetings to all of the listening audience as well. Thomas Walker, this is the Bana Shahagi at 110 chapters. That the Nifeko, the Isna Shado, it's the Tonahali, Nana Hassan, Jacko Hassan, Taholia, Tarsan, the Fadawi, Adi Nashako, Yat Echo, Finanda, just twists on. Don't mention a she being Petroleum, is Jeddah. What's on the Ada should say? That is Kijan Dashinala. What our the mention go here, where Hinane Credo, and that's the Nidico here, Nan Shadalia, Nahata, she became that day. I don't had she nasty. I don't let Becky glad or this. I don't lay yard that a train idol a car had a cop or a cabani credo she nasco she does. I would a hold just and he came up a car. I quite it that initial balconies and I don't there a car that either. Agenda. Hope that English. Ada Hashinella, what the Chicade or the what other Inkin that don't hinge. They Nielsen, the nanny clinic teacher. But oh, yeah, see case of at Cotado Hotels in Dido. I guess it's Honorable Daniels. So there's in Behenzi, Dan Arjigo. Nahabe Yin, Nido, and Hido. So that's the case of I need all the Belan hits the lolly nana. I could echo. Should definitely go on such case to the zone. For instance, I could echo. I wish it to that Dilzino. Joe had echo. I call inch cut or shit Tasha had the other aqua. Gahanit indicate it or at the whole touch of the one such case. Okay, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Daniels, introduction. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Keel and
go ahead. Daniels. I think that's wrong. Yes. At this street. I could not get Herman Daniels Jr. is Ecuador. I don't know, and gave it on me. It's that is there. Has got so it as another 2 year cleaning, not creating that it as a tree. Or I came he deemed me to let sleep in the I don't know, Ecuador Panas, the Ziki, and the not if on called Jet Ho, Shat Ho, I don't know, a big can a Panas. What I need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, good morning, Nana. Gross Edge, Hanani, Nanslonki, on the Ada Shab, I think that's a chair of this cheat, Ada Shinale. Coco Slaba, Sanatli, but Hadashaki, it is Ado Pistotlegendiskis, Tachi, Nadati, let Ado fish point at the Holiedo, Salana Tasakades, Nazlin, Flat Rock, Ado Mini Farms, what I could all chapters give at Hadashas. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland.
Good morning, Chairman. Sorry, Shananta. Good morning, Yananate. Shiz a Mark Freeland, the Sierra, other than Tony Snowlock Kiani. a bushes chin Sandia Canada chair out Tenant-Based additional 8 chapters Halong Kongi Eastern Agency Crown Point do na hadiski zot Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayaza. Good morning to one and all, and welcome home, colleagues that went up north. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart.
Oh, good morning, Sean, Chairman. Nez, Aaron Dashaja, Vice Chair Walker, Aaron Dashanike, Aaron Dashache, Mr. Tahi, Do, Karen, Auto Pro staff, and then Finnegan, the Vice President Lizer, Auto Directors and Finnegan, and staff, the executive branch out there on the Shaya Wilson, C. Stewart Jr., and Shia, though, what's something ancient. Nanish edit Hutchini, Bashes Chin, Hutchini, that should cheat, though be between the Chanel. Auto, but Hadashai a tell topic at cheat once on he cheated. I was going to look at the area, but Hadashah and the different agencies that represent for the Resource Development Committee. Consortium, thank you.
Okay, it's Hey, have recognizing she has one son or Zay Touching, Bushes Chin, Son of Bessin, the Shado, Kia on it, the Shanala Hot, and then Schnedo, San one chapter, and has at a Nanya. Has Congo chapters, one ash, Nashiki, San one chapter, though, Cheda Khan, and Hanza, the East Tosacado, East Leshki, but I banash, Nishan Ledo, Yat, Ben Honest, for all the Ison, Nagi. Staff, Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Chair, members of RDC, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kia'ani and Sandia Kine, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Certainly appreciate the work that you do, and thank you for going to Montana and Wyoming with us. So, Mr. Tahi, do a good job. Miss Chi?
Hello, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Yat Shay Karen Chin, Touching Nislido, my desk is the Bashes Chin. I work as a reporter for RDC, and I work with Office of Legislative Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chi. And Mikhail got it, Ms. Mariana Khan. Hey, she's at training for the last couple of days, so we won't need, hopefully we won't need any legal advisement. So we have our honorable colleagues on the call today with us. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, it's been Honorable Chair, my brother, Chair Rick Ness, Ado Vice Chair Shanala, Honorable Walker, Ado Select, Wilson Stewart, Ado Sache, Key Ellen, Delegate Key Ellen, and my little big brother, Honorable Delegate Herman Daniel. Ado staff, Tlengi Shahat. Ado always look forward to joining the Resource Development Committee. They're full of information. The Delegate Paul Begay is the after now Costo na be Hobekeya Ben Hall Ahaki Ade na Apanasha. The Chi do Bishaki Ado Tunapa Sabatin. Quite be two Ado Tonaheli. Ish Lako Tana Zubas Ango Ade Panasha. Hadesh Gizen the Ne in Schnido be between Yashaje that Che for the cheat Nitan Ado Kian Anish and Null Dabadition. They go the mention Ado Yet It's Honorable Chairman Daniels. Citizen, it's not going to be see that idea. We hostel to that idea. It's a hoyat echo adol. Don't go see nada to please my colleagues on the Resource and Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. I don't know best one on a way to hide. You know, my take is done a crib to the best. I had that because in the agent, hello, Honorable Paul Purnell, hello now.
No, yeah, not us. No, Chados, yeah, good morning, everybody. Chairman Nez, RDC committee members, good morning, everybody. And hope everybody's doing safe today. And thank you for your recognition. I appreciate it. Say, yeah, Pernell Holland and yeah, Twitch in is a share bushes chain and stages a chair 200 Dasanella acquired 200 the Shagun. Staff, though, yeah, thank you, staff, for your performance here. And I just want to say again, thank you, RDC members, for your recognition. Appreciate it. Have a great day. I'll be listening again. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Helona. I don't option then goes to Honorable Chairman Henio. Honorable Chairman Henio.
Chairman, I'm here at the Definition Bar Conference.
Chairman Henio.
Can you hear me?
Chairman Nez, Jamie Henyo's box is on lighting up, indicating he is speaking, but we can't hear him on our end.
Okay. Kushina, from the Office of the President, Vice President, Honorable Vice President Myron. Yes, we can hear you now.
I'm Chairman Nez, additional Resource Development Committee. Cordoya, I'm here at the Twitter for the Navajo Nation Bar Conference, trying to get my ELU before the end of the day. But so from Chile, but she told me to say that that's so much additionally that I thought I do to Chile. It's rain on the living on this and on the farthest end of New Mexico. I did post a condition call. I thought I could always start a vision. I looked at the agenda. Real interesting topics on the report section. So, even if I can not just show that he should be channels so that I'm a Daniel Journal for today's review back to him.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. We have from the Office of the President, Vice President, Honorable Vice President Myron Lizer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. All those on the call, thank you for Delegate Freeland. I guess you spotted me out. But thank you. It was a great visit to Intech and Cordero Mine and Antelope, hearing reports from Antelope Mine and oh gosh, I forgot the other mine's name. I'll remember it. But it's great for leadership to be able to be comprised of all that they are having to deal with, the changing economy and on the brink of a recession potentially. What does their market opportunities look like? And so being able to help them, maybe guide them, help steer them through it with our political power, our leadership advocacy at the Washington level. So I look forward to going to DC with the RDC committee here real soon. Just send me the smoke signal and we will make plans. Appreciate Delegate Freeland mentioning the La Nina, and I think it's indicative and very probably promising that the La Nina will mean more rain for us here. If you remember, Mr. Chair, how green Wyoming was, and I was just hoping that, wow, maybe we could bring some of this back home. And so maybe ramp up our prayers together and pray for our Navajo nation here, that rain would come. So it looks promising, and with the prediction that a La Nina season is upon us, that sounds very encouraging. Also, I'm on the call. I'm looking forward to hearing updates from CEO James McClure on the Navajo Oil and Gas and what they're going through and what they're doing right now. Also, the Cosmino project. I guess these two projects and your reports you'll be receiving at the RDC is more economic development inclined. So these are projects that we are, have been privy to, and really want the Navajo Nation to put our best foot forward in this. And what are the market opportunities, and what are the SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats here. How do we go forward in a post-pandemic world? So looking forward to continuing to hear the reports. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Myron Elijah, Comanche, Comanche, it's good to be with you all in the RDC meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Also from OPVP, we have Ms. Klassen.
Good morning, Honorable Resources and Development Committee, Vice President Leiser and colleagues. I am Terry Clash, and I'm with the Office of the President. I am the Executive Staff Assistant. I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis Filford on the call.
Good morning, Chair, members of Resource and Development Committee staff, and good morning, VP. Good to hear your voice, my colleagues, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Filford. We have from NHA CEO, Ms. Curley, Maureen Curley. None. Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, Mr. McClure.
Yes, Chairman Nez, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning, and just want to recognize you, Chairman Nez, and Vice Chair Walker, all the honorable members of the Resource Development Committee, also other honorable delegates who've joined us, and the Vice President Leiser. I look forward to covering my materials today and hearing your questions. So thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Harrison Billy.
Yes, can you hear me, Honorable Nez?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks for inviting me to speak on behalf of the Minerals Department on the reclamation that's going on at Chanta Mine and Black Mesa Mine. So I will be giving the presentation this morning, and hopefully I can answer all your questions and get all of you up to date. And thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Dwayne Crank, Office of Navajo Government Development. None. Do we have Ms. Rowena Charamaya on the call with us?
Good morning, Chairman Nez. Yes, I am on the call.
Okay, introductions. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning again, Chairman Nez and honorable members of RDC. Good morning, honorable delegates and leaders that are on the call and other guests. My name is Rowena Cheremiah. I am the Director of Minerals Department.
Thank you. Anybody from the Department of Justice? And Sheila, I believe that's all the folks we have on the call with us at this time. We'll go down to number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tai, could you read the agenda for us, sir?
The chair members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting, Friday, June 10th, 2022, 9 a.m. Presiding, Honorable Ricky Nez, Chairperson. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Vice Chairperson. Location, via telecommunication. 1, call to meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journals. None. 5, receiving reports. A, update report by Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company on their work to the Resource and Development Committee. Presenter, James McClure. B, report by Navajo Nation Housing Authority on the 2023 Indian Housing Plan and the Casino Project. Presenter, Maureen Curley. C, report by Division of Natural Resources, Department of Minerals on the Reclamation Plan of the Black Mesa. Presenter, Harrison Billy. D, report by Navajo Abandoned Mine Lands Reclamation Department on the recommendation to Resource and Development Committee on the abandoned mine lands and abandoned uranium mines in and near Monument Valley, Canyon Valley, and Halchita Navajo Nation. Presenter, Melvin H. Yazzie. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, none. 8, close the meeting announcements and adjournment. Chair members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Motion, Stewart.
Honorable Stewart, thank you. Second by?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Go ahead. Any comments or questions on the agenda? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote, sir?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Kell votes green, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Chairman, Delegate Freeland texted his vote green on the agenda.
Okay, thank you for that. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Number 4, reviewing and approving journals, none. Number 5, receiving reports. A, update report by Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company on their work to the Resource and Development Committee. Presenter will be Mr. James McClure. Mr. McClure, do you have anybody else besides you as agents?
Yes, Chairman Nez. On the call today, also this morning, is Navajo Nation's chairman of the board of directors, Mr. Leonard Del Sosi. Leonard, do you want to speak first?
Okay, you have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Leonard.
Mr. El Sosi.
Me? Yacht A. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yacht in here the signification on in Resource and Development Committee. no senigi ado that based on the horse negido kwagiko. Ado and that I'd like to say good morning to everyone. Also our Vice President Lizer. Thank you for joining us on this report that we're going to make. Ahinani the Enslido and the Tutsoni Bashin, net of the net Hutchini Dashi Chedo Kia Ani Dashinella. At our the Nenslido and the Ebek at the Schnim da call. Beda Gehegit Ayat Eto here. Ado not Linigi, our shareholder representative, Herman Daniels, Ego to be on your agenda for today to make a report. And certainly we do appreciate that very much. One of the things that I want to bring to your attention is that at Dada yesterday, we did a traditional offering in the Desert Creek area in Red Mesa. Kishini the net and long baske in Nasi Edina Hassan, which is a hot alcohol. A Kodoshi Hodina Shiban Hikadon, Ben Hikadon, Heki. We're going to do a drilling in that area for oil, a hot alcohol. And one of our main focus to that was to in Hassaniki to APG DCG Quaki Apple said is bandit don't the equator safety of Edo Hajo told Nathan Zonuko art Hotset Biga told me. Don't the equator had any the community members qua Baskegi Hanahegito Edo is bandit Nisnda. Don't the company a Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company in the Nishigi Art. I don't not art and many art for a benefit in the KD Combayas in the Co a Hindo, Samba art or Sanashin Topiyage, a Bakaho Jabahu in Nikito, a hot ben did the Sotizen Dawson, than no a hot sauce in the Koya is shot that he can't give it. Do a hand pass it and hit that known here. Nishin hot heart in the knee hot on her illa. A hot a benefit hotition. What hour a Ardushin a Kodo. I'm going to give the time to Mr. McClure to present our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. El-Sosi. Chairman Nez, I sent materials, and I think they were attached to the meeting notice for today. Would you also like me to share my screen to present the materials, or do you want me just to review the slides as were sent?
Mr. Tahi, did you send all the slides to RDC?
The chairman, members of RDC, yes, all the presentations have been attached and emailed to everyone. It was also in the calendar invite. I can also resend it to you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McClure.
Okay, well, I'll walk through the slides then. I won't share my screen. I've got several topics that I wanted to update the RDC on. Let me start first with the overall business of Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. We are right in the middle of our financial audit. And so I'm not at this point available or able to share the final audit. That won't complete until late July. But the preliminary estimates are showing the company's earnings still robust, around 27 million over the last fiscal year. And what I've included in the slides is a presentation or a graph that shows the last 4 years. Though the earnings is really driven by production, and production is really driven by the Anath oil field, also the Desert Creek field and the Tohonadla field that NOG operates. Production has declined over the last several years. I think we're all aware that there were some decisions taken during the COVID period to curtail production because of low oil prices in 2020. That had a negative impact on long-term production. We're trying to address that with new capital expenditures at Aneth. The company has a cash balance over $40 million at this point. That's actually supports all the investment programs that NOG is planning to make. And I'll get into those in this presentation. We also, as you're aware, we hedge our oil prices. That decision is a risk mitigation decision. It's ultimately to manage some of the risk associated with crude oil prices. In 2020 and 2021, that was a very positive decision because we had hedged well above the market. We now are seeing the reverse happen. Oil prices at above $120 a barrel, and we're currently hedged at much lower prices. We're currently hedged at $57 a barrel. Those hedges were taken in 2019, and the majority before my arrival. What we have recently been able to do is take some new hedges for 2023, which is next year, and we are looking at currently an average price above $85 a barrel. So that's very attractive. Again, these financials are specific to the Navajo Nation oil and gas and not to the royalty share that the Navajo Nation receives from production. New production that we anticipate from our future drilling program over the next 3 months, we'll see the current higher oil price market. So that's very attractive for us to move forward. So I then move to slide number 3, and we'll highlight some of these new oil projects. We are working with Elk Petroleum on new investment opportunities at Aneth. We see a significant amount of capital opportunity there to grow oil production that is waiting for permit approvals. We are anticipating we'll see activity pick up in the second half of 2022. So again, that's Elk operated, and we look forward to their response. The good thing about Aneth production here recently is Elk picked up a third workover rig, which is not a drilling rig, but a workover of existing wells, and it has helped to stabilize production. Our goal is to try to see it increase with new investment. The next bullet is what Chairman El-Sosi mentioned, which is a drilling program at the Desert Creek field, which is southwest of Aneth. This drilling program is currently in the location construction phase. We will start the first well planned for June 24th, so two weeks from today. We anticipate that we could add as much as 2,000 barrels a day. We own 50% of this. The other 50% is owned by a company in Denver called ST Oil. Of course, the Navajo Nation royalty will result from that added production. And as Mr. El-Sosi mentioned, we did complete an offering ceremony yesterday. One of the key learnings I think is really important for RDC to understand is that the permitting process has been quite lengthy to move from idea proposal to ultimately being able to implement the project. It's taken well over 1.5 years for these 4 wells to be approved. I think one of the observations, one of the key learnings, at least from my perspective, is ensuring that all various groups, whether that's the Navajo Nation, BLM, BIA, that they're informed, and that I recognize that COVID definitely impacted our ability to make timely decisions. One of my recommendations is that those organizations try to put focus on revenue generating projects as opposed to spending projects. So when it comes to a drilling permit that's going to generate significant revenue for the nation, as opposed to a project that maybe is a road construction project, for instance, which is a spending project. We would request that the Navajo Nation look at their approval process and determine ways to accelerate approvals over revenue generating projects. So that's something for RDC to consider as you try to influence the executive branch. As I said, and this is something that I think is really important, there's been a large amount of social media conversations about NOG over the last several months. And a lot of misinformation out there about where we receive our revenues. The majority of our revenue comes from the production of oil and natural gas, and that's from the Anna field, the Desert Creek field, and the Tohono field. 85% of our revenue stream comes from those three areas. So, and we do operate the Desert Creek and Tohono fields. The next slide, slide 4, is on helium activity. I wanted to start off with some steps that NOG has taken to grow our opportunity set. We have captured new lands, new leases in the state with the state of Arizona, up to 20,000 acres in what they call the Holbrook Basin, and which is south of the Navajo Nation. We have completed some technical studies, and we plan to drill wells there by the end of the year. This entire effort was completed over, we expect, from the start to first drill within 10 months. So we're really excited about that opportunity. As you are all aware, we have 3 operating agreements that continue to mature for or progress for development of helium on the Navajo Nation. One of those in the Telecom chapter and 2 in the Sandia chapter. The legislation was moved back to the NABI committee for additional debate. Significant amount of dialogue has been happening at the chapter level. And unfortunately, the chapter support is being pressured by a significant campaign that is spreading a amount of misinformation that needs to be combated, and we're working to do that. Claims about fracking, about water waste, air pollution, sinkholes resulting from helium development, all these claims are false. And we've put together a document which was attached to the meeting notice that dives into some of these responses that NOG wants to make to these false claims about negative impacts. We remain committed to seeing this legislation move forward through the debate and ultimately to a vote. We're working with the chapters. We continue to seek their support. And I think it's just important for everyone to recognize that this has gone on for quite a while. We've worked with the Minerals Department, and I'm thankful that Ms. Cheremiah is online today. She was very supportive and helpful of NOG to progress these agreements with the Department of Justice's support. And but we don't expect that started in 2020, and we don't expect that we'll see any drilling in 2022 or any work on helium. So our goal is to try to see how we can get these projects approved so that we can move forward with development and be able to generate for the funds for the nation. One highlight of some of our technical work is on slide 5. We completed we were able to receive a federal grant for some study. We completed some of that technical work. You're seeing on this slide some of the highlights. The course data on the left is public data. We shot our own AeroMag survey on the right. You can see the definition improving. We think that this is going to allow us to be much more focused in our exploration efforts and allow us for future operating agreements and future leasing to have more targeted efforts versus a large lease request. So the positive benefit that we've had from this study is we've identified now an additional 100 helium projects. We're approaching 200 total prospects that we see. That's not wells. Those are actual areas that we would have interest in exploring helium for. So very exciting. Slide 6 is the final slide on our exploration and production group's efforts. We have completed a lot of remediation. of some historical sites that were no longer producing. And you can see our effort here is to remove equipment and to remediate. And so that's been an action we've taken in working with the Minerals Department. We've completed, I think, 24 of these activities over the last year. Slide 7 is a quick update on our Running Horse pipeline. It generates about 10% of our business earnings. The safety performance of this business is outstanding. Much of the pipeline is monitored remotely by SCADA to ensure this is a tool that allows us to ensure we have, that we identify spills when they might occur. And when we have line exposures, there was some conversation earlier about heavy rains, and when we have washouts along the pipeline route, we have to work to lower the line. And so you see in the photo here an effort where we lowered the line and put in a concrete pad above it to support and hopefully prevent washouts in the future. I take comfort that we have federal oversight of this pipeline. It allows for audits to occur to ensure that all of our procedures are in place and working to ultimately support the safety of our personnel, the public, and support our daily operation. Slide 8 is an update on the Navajo Petroleum effort. I know Delegate Kiel and Begay has been very supportive of our effort here around Blue Gap and Chin Lee. Unfortunately, we continue to not see a final distribution of funds from the Navajo Nation for those projects. I signed the funding agreement on June 14th of last year, and we've yet to receive the funding. So we'll continue to work with Delegate Begay on trying to move that forward. We have other areas where we're looking for new store growth. One item or one store that gets a lot of attention is a store in Tohatchee that we actually closed because it was not profitable. And we're talking with economic development about maybe converting it to a fuel depot for the nation. While I'm on the topic of gasoline prices, I recognize that there's been a significant amount of conversation about prices. And some claims made on the radio about companies gouging the public. That is definitely not founded and really conflicts with our ethics. Oil prices drive gasoline prices. And when oil prices have moved from the $30, $40 a barrel range to now over $120 a barrel, we're going to see increased gasoline prices. We do have a small profit margin. We've maintained that margin through this difficult period, and we are not working to try to increase that margin. One of the efforts that we are taking to improve our profitability is to lower our delivery cost. One thing that everybody has to recognize is companies like Speedway, which are an internationally owned firm, has over 10,000 locations. It's our ability to buy fuel and have leverage on our fuel cost is small when you compare that to a Speedway organization. We expect oil prices to remain elevated throughout the remainder of this year and most likely the 2023. Oil demand is continuing to rise and supply is not meeting it. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has impacted supply, and new supplies coming from the US, it requires investment and will be slow to respond. Clearly, OPEC can take steps to increase supply if they so choose. And one of the wishes, I think, from the current administration in Washington is to have a significant switch to electrical vehicles. Unfortunately, that's going to be a multi-decade process to complete. So my final slide, number 10, is to just highlight that NOG is an entity of the Navajo Nation and our charter drives our business to generate revenue for the people of the Navajo Nation. That's what we are about, and that's what we work to do on a daily basis. We are going to continue to develop oil projects that we think can be profitable and are linked to the existing land agreements that we currently have. We also are striving to grow our convenience store fleet and to add new jobs. Helium is the one final area that we see as a true growth business option. And we will continue to work with the nation on trying to move these agreements forward. Our current view is that this is a $2 billion development, $2 billion opportunity for royalty revenue for the nation. And then when you couple that with donations that NOG plans to make at the local level, we feel like this is something that the nation should be supporting. So in closing, I want to say that we at NOG remain very grateful to the Resource and Development Committee for your continued support. I know we've had a number of interactions where we've tried to describe the activities that you will see with helium development, and we appreciate all the time and questions that we get from RDC. With that, I want to thank you for your time again today, and for all those who are online, and while I'll attempt to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chairman, I motion. Thomas Walker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is there a second?
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Begay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions for Navajo Nation Oil and Gas?
Chairman Callan.
Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Chairman, could I report it Yagi from Oil and Gas? Good morning, Mr. McClure, Mr. Alsosi, and everyone else from Oil and Gas. Good morning, Hidini. Appreciate the report, the update. Can you go more in specific about the progress for the Touchy Blue Gap gas station? I know that it is a lengthy process, and of course, every time you make a report to the community, sometimes these issues are raised to say what happened, did it stall, or is it not going to happen? Meaning that are we still getting a new store for that community? And I did request if Oil and Gas would be able to provide an update to the community, maybe at the July chapter meeting, because they're having their chapter meeting this afternoon. So I'm sure you guys are not prepared for it. So maybe orally request for an update report to the community during the, it's best to do it during the planning meeting because it's more of a discussion setting. So that's my request to you, but could you be able to also enlighten the committee and the people that are listening about that particular project? Because there's a joint effort that we're trying to push for, but it seems that the land portion of the facility is not really moving at a fast pace. So it's more of establishing some form of services for Navajo people for that particular area. I'm sure you've heard about you read about the effort of the council trying to push for postal service delivery on the Navajo Nation, and that's one area that I'm asking if that's part of the project or could be part of the project, including a laundromat. I know we have been getting report from the Navajo Nation Economic Development Office. So those are some areas I believe I always say that are neglected to be looked at thoroughly. The smaller community getting some funding or services is just sometimes it's just we look at development where it's a main artery of only tourism. I mean, we accommodate people that travel through our Navajo Nation with hotels and other convenience stores or restaurants, so to speak, because I always hear it's for economic development and getting revenue from the outside, which is okay. But why can't the economic development also focuses in working cooperatively with the entities such as yours to develop these services such as laundromat, bigger laundromat, and a separate post office for the local community. And I think that Division of Economic Development can cough up some funding for this particular funding, or that maybe the oil and gas can also invest their own funding for the improvement, because I think that's the only way that you will attract a lot of customers, just other than just doing a smaller convenience store and a gas station. But we need multiple grades of gasoline as well. I mean, I believe there's only one grade that's being sold there. Maybe a diesel fuel, and then even some other upgraded, I don't know, a store setting just like TNR. I mean, they have all variety of grains and livestock supplies being available. So, what companies done liniki such as oil and gas and liniki. John get the net up that DJ in the Lego the Shin no either Valley Store in Waterflow or TNR had the Shin the Halon no the Nepin that Jeho contact the car. Halit on here. So ye go on Haban Sahakis and hit the net quacky kid hat in the key. A coco, the economic development hat ni coco. Yeah, to some extent, Sato additionally, or the nan here, Nikaya Hika, or Heto, Tasit 8 eyes, Pana Eco, Nahan, or the North Hesto, to Yingsto, to Ignito, Casta other by the $100, or Yape, so she are Connie, gente, Ancient net a slat and Nia don't they? Out of Shimbison was Hagoshi. According to the net are such every week, every day to your individuals, either Leslie 8 kilohet a quacky Bahatil net on this. Because I think we really need to establish a bigger services within this particular project and so on. Additional, and I did say, and I did send an email or a statement to Mr. Willie, the Division of Economic Development Director. And I believe I've CC'd the Navajo Oil and Gas. I mean, how can we even schedule a meeting to talk about establishing additional service for Navajo people in this area? Because the only closest, I don't know if they have a laundromat in Pinyon, but the closest one that I know for that region is Chinle. So all of the communities that I represent, Nalsvini doesn't have one, Low Mountain doesn't have one, Cottonwood doesn't have one, and even Blue Gap doesn't have a laundromat. So where do you think that the Navajo people goes? I mean, the closest to from all of these communities, you're talking about an average of about 20 to 30 miles to travel into the community of Chinle to get some of these services. There's a lot of funding that's being talked about, especially from the federal level. A lot of these infrastructure funds, maybe propose or provide me or develop a bigger complex situation for that area, and maybe let's request for funding to these different areas so that we can be able to secure some funding from outside if we're not going to get any help from our own Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. And I know, and I've been trying to push for this particular project to get it started this year. I believe that you guys are scheduled to start until 2023. So India, what lab the whole G store, but in the whole G. But yet, even a small amount of funding, such as equipment, is already going on a year to even get those type of services for our Navajo people at the local level. So, to me, to some extent, it's usually just fast food or fast snack items. But even a restaurant in that area, Bashes and Pinyon is about 20 miles away. But I mean, there was a plan and a purpose for establishing a gas station there. So I believe that we could be able to establish more, and that's the reason why it'll be down the road that there'll be more traffic that could go down to a shortcut through Low Mountain to Palaka, and that's where this 860 comes into play to get that paved. And then also the reason why diesel fuel, we have two school systems in the area. You got Cottonwood Day School, and then you got Jeter's school in Low Mountain, where they utilize buses every during school years. Just to get gas, they utilize more gas to get the gas. So, Chairman, I like for them to go deep further in discussing, providing an update to the committee about this progress, and to, I guess, reflect or shed light on some areas that the reason why I asked for more resource and funding for that community. But though Aj has anagigi or late net at the target it Aj the nebinet and the same way with the cell tower. What the quid shipping hitch a house, seen late net at the target Aj at base of it or Nestigit 80 Aj with name yen anacha. A conhe quaje the Naquiba Raniki a lap Papa Holong needs and or little each epan a kidney hickwote. A quacky artisan, especially in this election year, it seems everything is just going to be stalled right now. Oh, what isn't that at all? The last question will be is that could this particular project be pulled up earlier? Because it's a construction season up to probably August and September. So the main thing, a laundromat and also a post office, improved post office. Should nan linigi in the surrounding community. Chairman, I may have some follow-up question.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Mr. McClure?
Yes, there's a lot to unpack there. Let me start with, I think most of what Delegate Begay brought up would actually be pointed, any questions would be pointed more appropriately to the Economic Development Group. Our role here is to build a new convenience store for the Blue Gap and Chinle locations. And we are more than willing to look at the potential for a laundromat at the Blue Gap location, but that is definitely outside of our current business scope. When it comes to the post office, that is included in our current plans to improve the postal service there at Blue Gap. I think what's really important for everyone to understand is that Navajo Nation CEO, myself, signed a grant agreement. So did the president of the Navajo Nation in the summer of 2021 to receive the funds that have been allocated for this project. It has now circled back through the contracts group, trying to understand, is this a grant or is this a contract? The Department of Justice is looking at the language, and it is, like I said, almost 1 year since I signed the agreement. NOG fully recognizes that we will possibly have to put some of our own capital into this project. But until this issue is resolved, we're not going to be moving forward. We've got, several $1 million that
Mr. McClure?
Yes, I'm being muted. Somebody external is muting me, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that, we understand that we're going to have to put some of our own funds. We are more than willing to do that, but moving forward on the project, in our view, is really two major items. One is the funding from the Navajo Nation. And then there's a second and maybe even more complicated issue, which is the land process with the BIA. This is a form of BIA lease, and we have to get the land relinquished so that we actually can do some development here. So I will ensure that we are available to meet with the community in July. That's definitely not an issue. We've been trying to keep the community informed when appropriate whenever we've seen changes, but our conversations with economic development have really been met with delay, and so we're hopeful we can get this resolved. I mean, we've already commissioned a project team that can actually move on the construction as soon as we get this funding issue resolved. And I looked to Delegate Begay to help us continue to resolve that, because I mean, we're a bit handcuffed here. We ultimately can't control whether these funds are going to be distributed to NOG, but we need the funds at least to be allocated so that we can actually start the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClure. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions before I go back to Honorable Begay? And Honorable Begay, your follow-up?
Chairman, the last statement that was made, I mean, that's the prime example is what I'm saying. I should all these progress. Some of these funds are not readily be available as quickly as it can and it needs to be. Like I said, Donna, I think some of the RDC weren't on the line, but I was just told to a response back to me by the Opera office that the cell tower issue for Loon Mountain is that DOJ don't need. Turns out is that, I mean, we're just working on it, OSHA don't need, and DOJ just asked me a question back to say, what document are you talking about and what is it she don't need? So sometimes we get misinformed on a lot of these issues from the administration. So again, this is another situation that I'm in again. And I've been pushing and asking the administration, Hashitadi, based on Leniki to Tinho the Nebich Hosleta. Do hast a aja Tinho baby to Nishiki a quagina so ish not nista. John Disney, look at Kodoi Benich Haozi. I need the delegates' help to get these processes to be sped up. So I asked quite a shikodo alabin at this kiddo without a nil halet at the sneago. I'm just giving the runaround. A coco ben nago. If Nog is trying to ask for my assistant and I try to help them, but I'm not getting that help as well. Maybe you, Chairman, as an RDC, maybe or as an RDC member, I'm out of the picture. Maybe out that's eight ashon that's administration. Again, this is beginning to be a personal issue at some point in a way. I'm just speculating, but why would a project of this magnitude for a community to be at a slow pace? And these are some of the reasons and some of the, another justification to say that, okay, but yet those that are already in place hasn't even started yet. But the hatanship based upon the Ipshani itan ibach at the hotet ne, but the Huishig at Itan a year before it's year 5 now at Combeso is available. Yohot Arni has on de Ninsen. Take at O Abahulji in the O on base of Betni Hashak. Let's start from scratch and to get this going. Start developing whatever document is necessary. So I believe that maybe let me verbally request oil and gas to specifically indicate that the need of my assistant is needed, so that I can share that with the RDC and the chairman to see how he can help me in getting this done and get the funding out quickly. Although meeting with the Division of Economic Development again, I mean, maybe chairman, I mean, let me share you with the email that I've sent to them with no response. To base it all you could do owners in the dot chita in the quaggy gibbleski hit Nelo Ajo Aha the dog needs traditional Ibaha Zita by Yashkit. The dad on the hit out the Aha or Zita store. A chairman, that's my only request to you as chairman of the committee and us being the oversight of these programs. So Ede Kodo Banais is Kandolisa chairman. I don't know if Oil and Gas has a response on that request from me to the chairman. Brother?
Thank you. Honorable Gay. Aro. And how you koro bayan kitot and banan gibayan tiki koroshi. Mr. El Sosi is going to help you. He's going to respond and figure out ways to come up with a solution. So at this time, I'd like to give him the floor so he could expound on it. Mr. El Sosi?
Yes. Shanata, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, yeah, definitely, we can continue to work on this effort. I believe Mr. Delegate Key Allenbegay is correct, and it's been going for quite some time now, over 4 years now. And I think I'm not sure exactly what the issue is, the problem is of not expediting the paperwork and the grant, but we do have our VP for downstream, who is Bill McCabe. Bill McCabe and I can continue to sit down with Delegate Begay along with Mr. McClure to see how we can work out the bottleneck as to why it's not being funded. And certainly a support from RDC and then also from the President's office will definitely be very important in this effort. And certainly we are willing to work and help the community. And then in addition to that, because of COVID and the price of where things are at now, I think the money that was allocated through the Permanent Trust Interest Fund, the money that is allocated is now really not enough to do the work that we want. And we had some discussion with B&F and to see how we can get some more funds. And there were some options that were given to us. And I believe certainly Mr. McCabe is working on that. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. El-Sosi. If you would, schedule a meeting, contact Honorable Kiel and Begay, and perhaps meet up with his chapter officials, and provide a presentation to the chapter over there and let him know the situation and the concerns also raised by Honorable Begay and the constituents there in the community, Mr. El-Sosi.
Certainly will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up?
Chairman, I'm not sure if the Vice President is still online, if he would be able to make the effort to travel with you in certain locations. Maybe I ask him to come out to Blue Gap and help me get the situation resolved from his effort. Again, putting aside politics, I mean, what more do I need to do to get this going? Oh yeah, I believe that we'll be in the same situation. So as far as documentation, maybe, I don't know if we could be able to do a directive, but I try not to get into a legal question because of our legislative council not being online. But I believe that maybe a directive is what I would ask of the committee, that this particular situation be resolved as soon as possible on behalf of not me, but on behalf of the community of Touchy Blue Gap and the surrounding communities who are in dire need of these type of services. Request Chairman.
Honorable Begay, I don't mind driving out to the Tacheto Blue Gap and get caught in Wadona Wakohorlige. I don't mind traveling, and if Mr. Vice President, Honorable Lizer would also come out, we sure wouldn't mind. But if we could schedule it not on a Wednesday, because Wednesdays are RDC meetings, and if there's an open day that we could schedule it, or if we have a leadership meeting, we could do it in the morning. As early, I can always get up early and start driving and be there by 8 o'clock if I need to. So that's just what we do, Shananda. And Shananda, no Finnegy, in any situation, Sata, Annie, there's challenges at time, but to bring people together is always good, and say Nahot igi anol hoste ashore asati pleti bandit in so hast edilni. Yel shinde nehut din hanne abige. We speak, we talk, we discuss, debate, but when you actually go there to actually see it and hear from the people, it's different. Is the solutions come out, the concerns come out. So you don't really just hear from T. Ellen Begay as he is now. If you hear from the people, it's different. No, and that's why we travel to different areas, like way out at Cameron, out at different locations throughout the Navajo Nation, Eastern Goda, Haneka, Kodida, Shananta, Nahanaka, Na Yizajata. That's been discouraged. Monument Valley, that's what we do. So if we could schedule this as soon as we can, Mr. Tahi, if you would coordinate with Mr. Leonard L. Sosi, we can find a date. If we could do it early in the morning, I'm willing to drive out there as well. So, any other comments or questions, honorable members of RDC? We're having this RDC special meeting. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, our Vice Chair, I should say, our colleagues, RDC members, our 24th Council colleagues, my brother, that is what Friday, Delegate Paul Begay. My brother, Benny Henry, being a chair. I don't know, alone. I appreciate the report by NOG, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. Thank you for your report to RDC today. RDC, I requested for this to get an update. Was I had to sneeze rates are being discarded. And I don't know, no cock. No, no, Kessada, the day it's a don't have me to go. Or the Queel she that English could on the day with them, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. I don't know as a shareholder, a cause that would do. On the Budget and Finance Committee, Delegate Elmer McGay, out of shareholder, Delegate Otto So, Delegate shareholder Charlene So, out of
Honorable Daniels.
The chairman, Honorable Daniels, dropped off the call.
Okay. I think he needs to tighten his cinch there. Probably fell off with the whole saddle. Listen, Honorable Daniels, you back on?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And the hot back here to the dog. I don't know that flashing question. It's not cut off. It's not but with the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, out of Quago, I don't let but that in me store Nana Quado, a Hinnick, Nana Quado, a Histahuil net, Nagay Halita, a Beto, a nothing dead or left or Navajo Nation. About it or let's know that he may got course or let by age hydrogen that by age on his $1,000 Kodo. I don't know Kodo and race so yeah, yes, Kodo, if he out with the door, niche Kodo, touchy. look at as an house on Algeba Hawan. So you say Hasin so a bit because Hajo Bahwins and Kodo. So got it people they go to Shindley to for laundry, to do their laundry, get gas, not eggy groceries EDG 1,000 a coachit Halita never kite or what's a cop. How to see them, based on that, based on see them. Quagin and data or lyrical has influenced it and then the as a nice meat on what aid or less quiddo. So, but could on the great how I see quiddo then the great so high chooses as an alien. Night can't decide wasn't there go base to it or yeah, easily got that it or it that all it without need a call. So I think. I don't know there's other areas in the great at the house are going to grade that tourist area that's if they have a see kiss a stock I don't know at the same time because it's not because it's a yes get the never car yet now you ever how want the band dot also as a choice either less a call there's a shade or yeah go either all never car yet so what I do That's so could but could on guys would say could you have three could I think what that on next could that other quick she I don't left but have lots the heat and but I also this could thank you for the Mr. Chair, thank you.
Honorable Daniels, this certainly is an RDC matter. Could all consa are Anchidanil English big at the lake Navajo, look at touch as odd. So I wrote another sheet of these things on the so seeing what Mr. Tahi can schedule that meeting for us on which day as soon as we possibly can. So thank you. Are there any other comments or questions, honorable members of RDC? None. Hakushila, we'll go ahead and vote to accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chair Bukel votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman, green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Freeland?
Green, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Freeland. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. McClure, as well as Mr. El Sose. You're all doing a good job. Thank you. Down to B, report by Navajo Nation Housing Authority, NHA, on the 2023 Indian Housing Plan and Cosnino Project. Presenter will be the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Maureen Curley. Are you on the call?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, I can hear you. And who else is on the call with you?
Aniva is here, and as well as Arlene Chiquito, our CFO.
Okay.
Okay,
you have 20 minutes.
Okay. Yat have been to everyone that's on the call and to Honorable Chair, Chairman Nez, and to the RDC committee. For giving us this time to report to you in regards to the Indian Housing Plan. I would like to make you aware that the information that was sent to the RDC committee last night and this morning is confidential information at this time. So I would ask that you not share it with anyone, simply because those figures or that information on the spreadsheet has not been made public to anyone at this time. Until we cannot make any of those figures public until it has been approved by our board. So with that in mind, I want to again thank you for letting us be a part of the RDC committee meeting this morning. So I'm going to, at this time, I'm going to defer to Ms. Arlene Chiquito and Aniva Yazi, who will explain the general information that is enclosed with the Indian Housing Plan. Aniva?
Good morning, Shananta, Ms. Curley. This is Aniva Yazi, and thank you for the opportunity to provide a presentation or overview of the 2023 Indian Housing Plan. And every year, this is a process we go through under NAHASDA, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. It's administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as the federal oversight agency for tribes and tribally designated housing entities. In 2023, we received notice from HUD of an estimated allocation of $92,272,711. So every year, HUD has a formula-based funding, and they run the expected appropriations through a formula that also the Department of Treasury and Department of Transportation utilizes, by the way. But for tribal housing entities, however, the formula is based on an estimated appropriation of $772 million approximately. Now, because this is an estimate, the numbers, the final numbers will be dependent upon what Congress allocates, right, in next year in 2023. And so this number will change to some effect. But right now, that's the formula that HUD sends to tribes. And based on that estimate right now, tribes then use this amount to put together an Indian housing plan based on need. And based on that, this is how this is structured. The official document that RDC in the past and Board of Commissioners in the past have utilized is a standard form. However, when you look at that form, and then coming to NHA, returning to NHA for myself back in February this year, and Ms. Curley coming on in January this year, re-looking at that document, there are several projects that have just that have backlogged. And so what we've done is reformatted that to where you can read it and actually see projects listed by location and dollar funding amounts. Of COCO, that's what we sent to the RDC members. And so that listing will show the backlog of projects. Now, we can't speak to how that occurred, but it's there. Those are just the facts. And so what we've done is make sure that it was in a simplified form and such that you could see monies that are carried over, will be carried over from this year, fiscal year 2022 into fiscal year 2023. So you'll see that column identified. And you'll see that from looking at the document, I don't know if I can share my screen, if I can do that. Do you all have let me attempt to share the screen here, if I can do that. Okay, so everyone can see this, I hope. So what we see, and I'm gonna go scroll to the top. I don't know why this form started. Okay, so this is the proposed Indian housing plan. I mentioned earlier that the format that has always been approved, and it will be the same format, the standard form that HUD provides, will be presented in official form at the next time we meet with a resolution, once the board approves a resolution. So we met with our Board of Commissioners yesterday, and we went over these projects. And so this is the consolidated, simplified format for everyone to read and to understand, even for us coming into the program this year, what has been allocated and what's going to be carried over. So the way to read the top of this Excel spreadsheet is there's a program number, and these are standard descriptors that HUD requires from all tribes and TDHEs, and so this is a standard format for program numbers. And then the program description is just a descriptor of what the activity is going to entail. Carryover budget would be the expected carryover budget from the end of our fiscal year 9/30/2022 into the new year FY 2023, which starts October 1, 2022. We're on the same federal fiscal cycle as our federal counterparts. And then you have a column there that says supplemental funds. These are funds sometimes where there are cost overruns or cost savings. And so from time to time, that's brought to the board's attention and the board approves it. So this is the latest approved supplemental funds from projects that were no longer in effect. Maybe clients dropped, maybe there were cost savings in another undertaking. So this is what that column reflects by project. Auto, we get into the FY 2023 IHB allocation budget. This is what we're proposing to RDC and to the Board of Commissioners. And the Board of Commissioners gave it their approval yesterday, but we're going to formally adopt it by resolution next Thursday. And of course, the purpose of us presenting this to you is to give you an opportunity, a preview of the projects that have been in backlog, that were funded and what's being carried over with respect to completing these projects. And then the expected planned expenditure. This is the projected expenditure that in the 12-month time span in 2023 that NHA is going to commit to. And then you'll see the total dollars that we would be expending into 2023. So this first activity you see as an example, we won't go through it all because we don't have the time, but look at this first one, 2023-01 is really for O&M of 1937 Act housing units. And so there are some special different treatment or a treatment of how we fund the old housing units that were built under the U.S. Housing Act of 1937. We call them the 1937 Act housing units. And so we have these projects that were funded back in 2020, 2021, and then the current year, 2022. And so that's how we have this identified and laid out for every category of program activity. We see these projects where they're identified by location and then the amount of carryover funds that we expect. The project's not complete. Supplemental funds in some cases. When COVID happened, I think we all experienced the shortage of funding for materials. And so that's what that represents. Auto, what the total amount would be is what you see for those respective projects. You'll see that too for the 2021 carryover projects. Of Ronana, we have various project locations of work activities. And then into 2022, project administration. Project administration is the staff for direct services to implement these projects. And so that's how we denote that. One note, the planning and administration you see on top, the 2023-00, AA is for all the indirect costs, all the support services in order to carry out these projects. These are like expenses for accounting, legal, procurement. And so a lot of the general overhead expenses that are indirect. And so the project administration that you'll see here are the direct services by staff, staff time and labor and so forth. So that's what that would represent. And so we offer this to you, and there are 23 categories of program activities. I think what you will be most interested in is while we do O&M for 1937 housing units, we do O&M for NAHASDA housing units too. So since the law passed from the U.S. Housing Act to NAHASDA back in 1996 when the new law was enacted. From there, when we build new homes, they're deemed NAHASDA assisted housing units. So there's a distinction of those homes funded under the Indian Housing Block Grant funds versus the old funds from the old law. So so we need to account for that separately according to the rules of NAHASDA. We have these projects again. We have 2020 carryover projects, 2021 and 2022. And the new projects, so this is just O&M. There's operation and maintenance that we have to do on these rental units. And so we have over 3,500 public rental units. Some are NAHASDA and then some are the 37 Act units. There's that requirement to do the O&M for those units, and that's under management by NHA. Then we move into housing services. These are services that are offered to residents, homeownership counseling, homeownership counseling, maybe there's internet services, So other types of services, tenant-based rental assistance kind of services and the like is what was offered to our tenants, our residents, and home buyers. So we have those listed. Crime prevention and security really is all about safety and security for the residents. And so we're looking at solar lighting in a lot of our communities where we can have some coverage at night so that people aren't doing things in the dark. There's a need for that in the communities for safety too, in the subdivisions. And so we have fencing project activities and then crime prevention, education, and things of the sort that we do in collaboration with, in some cases, with law enforcement. So these are, and then some street lights, solar street lighting as well. So those are some activities that we've had in play, and then what we expect for new projects. Tenant-based rental assistance and the like. These are vouchers that we use to assist our residents for paying for rental housing assistance. So we have voucher program for that. Modernization are major work categories like a complete roof replacement for a development site or a total rewiring and interior infrastructure system upgrade. And so we have some of those types of activities. And so we list these rehabilitation to paid off to what's his next one? Non-37 Act rental units. So these are some HO units where we can assist with rehabilitation. Accessibility for the persons with disabilities, a lot of mobile, hearing, and visual impaired residents that we go and provide funding for. New construction, here we have some carryover from 2020, 2021, and 2022, which is approximately about 100. And what we're going to do there is get those completed. And this comprises about 168 new housing units. And we expect, according to our construction team, that they will be done in FY 2023. So we'll see some new homes. And then we have new construction home ownership units as well. So there's a different classification for home ownership versus rental. There's demand for both of those type of rental of housing needs in our communities. So you have the communities listed here. What we intended to do was to list this for each of the delegates so you can kind of see what we can, what is contemplated or in progress for your communities. So we can still do that. But this is going to be presented to you in the format that's provided herein. Model activities are those that for non-dwelling facilities. So we have some housing management offices in some cases that need some assistance. There are some other there are some older subrecipients programs that subrecipients are in the program back when, where there's some retaining wall issues and the like that we're addressing. Rehabilitation to existing homeownership units too is another category. Our public rental assisted under NAHASA is another category. Demolition and rebuild for some of dilapidated or structurally damaged homes too. In this case here at 2023-22, Crown Point has paid off units of about 30 homes there. And every year we know in Crown Point there's a huge flood impacted area of the entire community. And so what this occurred, this was an extreme life safety issue. And so this is something I think we want to work in partnership with your leadership and of the communities of Crown Point chapter and all the other stakeholders, BIA, IHS, I mean, the people that provide services. I think we need to come together and really look at what we can do and cost share for that. But here's one where the units have been damaged from a flood back in about 3 years ago. It was really really inclement flood imposed on the community. And then rehabilitation of non-1937 Act homeownership units. These are paid off units that need some homeownership assistance. So the bottom of this IHP, the Indian, so the grand total of the carryover projects is 149 million. And the supplemental funds of 41 million makes it an amount of 190 million that we intend to complete. The 92 million of what was allocated is where you see the numbers identified in this column for those respective activities. So all in all, in 2023, we anticipate a full expenditure of 159 million of the 190 million of the first two columns that we intend to do. So that's going to be the commitment that we're going to look at to expend these funds come October 1, and already starting with work already in progress, even as we speak. So with that, Mr. Chair, members of the RDC committee, if you have any questions, we certainly will stand ready to answer that. And we have Ms. Arlene Chiquita, who oversees our grants management department, where if she has any more to add, we certainly can do that. But I thank you for your time, and that will conclude, and I'll hand this back to Ms. Curley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. Ms. Curley, anything else you want to add? You have about 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Again, my speaker is just going in and out, so I hope everyone can see me, hear me. I don't have any other items to attach to Aniva's report regarding the Indian housing plan. However, I would like to request a special session so that if you are interested in going through the numbers, that we do an executive session with RDC and try to get those numbers better so that you can better understand what we were doing. In addition to that, for the Cosmino project, that again too, I think we need to probably hold off on that and not have it discussed here, because it has not been fully, it hasn't been made public to anyone at this time. We're all working through the details on that particular project first before we'd like to finish working through all the problems or through all the stipulations of what we need to do prior to reporting to RDC. Again, that if you would like to know what we're doing up to this point, then I would like to request that as in the executive session with the Indian housing plan. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you so much.
Ms. Curley?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to add one important note too, is that this Indian housing plan is due to HUD no later than July 18th of this year. And so we are aware of the internal reviews and process. So which is why we're bringing this forward too, just in a special review and giving you an advance copy so that anything that you have questions for or other considerations, we want to offer that to you. So thank you.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Aniva. I turn it back over to you, Chairman Nez. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, as well as Ms. Yazzie. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Freeland.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Second by?
I'll second.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Thank you. Perhaps what we need to do is have a leadership meeting scheduled at Twin Arrows. Then we can have a day of meeting and perhaps a tour of the location over there. So that would be my recommendation for now. I see Honorable Freeland, you're requesting to speak. You have the floor at this time.
Thank you, Chairman, colleagues and staff, and Ms. Curley and Ms. Yazzie and Ms. Chiquito and all of our Navajo Housing Authority team as well. Good morning to you all. Thank you for the update and the report. And, I look forward to a further discussion on IHP and how can we elaborate and how can we support you as oversight on your submission, and we got to get it done as soon as possible. And what the chairman mentioned is really important, is to have a meeting as soon as possible, an executive session. Understandably that the information is confidential, yes, but we also need to set forth the plan or a plan and get your submission to HUD that's precise, accurate, and will of course benefit our people. So I look forward to that discussion. Thank you for the comments, Ms. Yazzie, on the Crown Point situation. And if you need me to set up that meeting with Crown Point chapter leadership, that's not a problem. I can do that. I know exactly what you're talking about. You know, we have several housing organizations here and they're very active. Central Valley is one of them. I wanted just to let you know and say thank you for that as well, for that update and request. I have 3 little kittens with me. I'm sorry, they're making a lot of noise in the background. Rescued 3 kittens, so I'm here sitting in my living room with them. As well as, you know, what was aforementioned as far as the Cosnino project, and hopefully we can get to some sort of presentation and discussion at that at some point. It'd be very interesting to hear that and how we can move forward on a potential discussion on that. So thank you for that. Thank you for the working with the Office of the Youth on the Crown Point Youth Center. It's still under construction. It would be great. It'll be great when this project is done. We were having some funding challenges with the internet, but I'm hoping we can work that out and get that resolved here soon. So everything has gone up. Prices have gone up. Construction has gone up. But thank you for your continued support on this Crown Point Youth Center. It's going to be an awesome facility. I look forward to it being completed as well. So thank you for working with ODY on this and the nation on this. I also wanted to mention lastly, this is really off the subject, but a lot of people continue to come to me and ask about the transfer of deed or the home ownership certifications. I don't want to call them deeds, but you know, they said that they have paid off their homes. When are we going to get the deeds? And you know, at some time, maybe if you could provide me an update, or that way I can inform our people out here in Crown Point how or when they could start looking forward to the ownership of getting the official notice that they are the homeowners as well. So if you could provide that to me, provide that to us, that would be great as well. And again, thank you, Ms. Curley, for your leadership. And you know, things always look promising. And you know, and thank you to always inviting us to the BOR work sessions and the BOR updates. I'm sorry I couldn't make it yesterday. We were actually up at Herfano for a unveiling of a water treatment facility to be transferred to the Navajo Nation from the BOR. And wanted just to say thank you for always keeping us informed and updated as well. So, Area Chairman, just wanted to say that much this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Let me go back to Ms. Curley.
Chairman, Taylor.
Yes.
I'm right now. For the record, this is Delegate Yaz. I'm on the line while Ms. Yaz on the floor. Yeah, for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Curley.
Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Naz. This is Maureen. Thank you, Cecilia, Councilman Freeland, for your kind comments. In regards to your question on the transfer of deeds, or they're called conveyance, Cecilia. We had, because there were so many questions in regards to the conveyances of homes throughout the Navajo Nation, we have identified over 800 homes that need to be conveyed. And within Navajo Housing Authority, there were questions between one department to the other department. And it seemed to me as though the left hand didn't know what the right hand was doing. So in order to rectify that particular situation, we had a lady come in from the U.S. Treasury HUD department who was a trainer for the conveyances of homes within tribal communities. So finance department and other departments that were invited to that training. We're in Gallup for the last 2.5 days going over the conveyance and how to do it. And one thing that I do know for sure is that the Navajo Nation needs to establish its own title department. That would really push these conveyances through faster, and the communities or the tribal members can be able to acquire their homes much quicker, or a deed, or whatever it may be called. But there are 3 or 4 different items within the conveyance that kind of brings us to a detour, if you may call that. There are different ways of doing leases and different ways of doing full homes, and also rent to own. So that was what the entire training was about in the last 2.5 days. So moving forward, hopefully, not hopefully, but we are going to change the the policies, the procedures of how to do these conveyances now that we have a better understanding as to how to do this. And one of my goals is to try to have all 800 homes that are on the conveyance list be cleared out, or at least in motion by 9/30 of 22. Do understand that the 4 audits that were done on NHA prior to mine and Aniva's arrival, this was listed on one of the findings. That's why we're working hard to trying to get all these homes off of the conveyance list. Once that's done, then we will be starting all of probably remapping the entire conveyance procedures, which is going to include the Navajo Nation Land Department. That's one of the critical departments that we really need to be in partnership with to complete the conveyances. So thank you for your question on that, Satilla. And I turn it back over to you, Chairman Ness.
Thank you, Ms. Curley, for that, your response. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? We have on the call with us today Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Chairman Jamie Henio, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Amber Kennethbaugh Crotty, and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair for the record. Honorable members of RDC,
Chairman,
Honorable Freeland?
Yes, sir, Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you again, Nana. I wanted to thank Ms. Curley for that response. And the conveyance, that's something I guess I got to remind myself and remember, is these conveyances. Will there be any sort of public notice or any sort of public education on how this process will work? It'd be great to have a kind of like a Q&A fact sheet or something on how to get the process started on these conveyances, or how our people can go about obtaining the conveyance, or how you'll be working with them on obtaining or something. It'd be great to have like a PR, or you all starting to show that, you know what, you guys are always proactive, but even having a more proactive stance on working on getting these conveyances out. So yeah, just a recommendation. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland for that. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr., you have the floor.
Chairman Nez, Delegate Begay isn't on the call. I believe he got knocked off.
Okay, he had a separate line number, so maybe he'll get back on the call. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? the executive session meeting and the report on Cosmino project we could have on a Saturday at Twin Arrows, so we can put that on the agenda on Wednesday's RDC meeting. And honorable members of RDC, go ahead.
Chair, Thomas Walker.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, thank you, Chairman and committee members and our staff and everyone that's on the call with us this morning. And colleagues of the 24th Council. Thank you for joining us and being with us today here. Although the presenters, NHA, Curly and Siazi, and your staff of work in progress. So presenters or listening audience, they recommended or suggested by Chairman Nez to take a site visit, but no, they out west, Asnino, Nana, La Nonsense, Echo, Nanda. Along the way, committee can stop over in City Tour. The NHA funded buildings. Naso kat meznana kedoba sa ango. Only sa ado kat yat oyo benat on shao. Yahashintan floor, or walls, or ceiling. Johtai by Yaki, I don't know. Johadats, Oberhold, show. For the NHA organization, had Ada had neither. Not on it, Oikich, Nahoja. Joe had Eggy, 8 and Sanana Kochida Akota. Local leadership, local chapters. Baseball, and then the could cloud a Yanana Tahako a Bananchina, you know, whatever she English was not on it, Oikij, now hot Jaho. In Nikki, it also other a cut a lepa, that order, Zolia. I thought that the Jash order, that's sort of the hat. Accord Washington, the peso belia. Yo peso yasa whatso. What the case. What a bayel killer. Yo, but Benel to bayel kitty Washington peso. Bas till yet a better than what I see side the case at the local. A could eggy it echo collide out a question nachet. Osa argo. Call it a quagation and a widow after that not $1,000 as an example. It la cohort, a la cohon, he dot a la. They quite nankish and that snake edo. A dot out a Bansaha case of a the Schneider. It's the system. It's the NHA system, bureaucracy, the organization, policies, management, funding. Of course, it's wrapped in miles and miles of layers of bureaucracy. Joda. Ita zube ita. Ko na kwado Navajo Nation dojo ito. So in shit in na shin da ze hot ita. That's a hola. I could end the shinant an she oversight committee. The other len has the UH head that needs zagi to eco aben has the north expand the north hash. Bahanato secure quag. And so yet Shilchaho Egon Saskation and Bishmas and Dota Bishmas and the Isaki. I could echo Lego Banahanet or Trade of Yeta. Other equate a quit a Halita, Halita a Dilabel Benahata. I've seen it on a number of Indian housing plans. Very hard, just it Abin Nidishtishi, that's a bed Daphne. So, Kadishi, Nijanan, the Indian housing plan, Nabakashi, Dolly, the net of this. No, I just had the need as it others at all, nature or night, the kid or that's Asher, just as in the teacher, not the net, your NHA in the entity, then in the housing entity, in Civic need, don't then yan nati in the fight days, don't Hayanda. I could echo Ajabada in this. It is a topic that need legislative oversight. Quite a legislative oversight, the undodness. Is a late out the patient or not at all. That earlier is it's a little key element, Kugoshing Leyahatzi, RDC, on your chairman, net or that's you can't deal with Shannon Hallo. Because should I Quinson and oversight, you get a bag holding about Lado, which is that. Not your advocacy and your leadership may be needed here. So what I don't what ego so so yet Sabe the chairman Ishinda she be just big able this site visit to city talk community to visit the elderly group home facility there. That remains to be open. Ko ege to hoida the bench or the schneider. Chadita ane nada business. Kot echo in epa not and hot echo. I got the question and I want to be clear on that chapter official the delegates so the hot echo. So data chronic neither we have a chronic situation. So he did not. She only could. I see or joke or he don't know the sheet. I remember maybe 2015, 2016 time period. President Russell Begay Aden had no President Nez Aden Nigati facility. So that he or RDC to other band does not tradon sinat ordling has lagi be yaki adolebe bebigen or tato be hitor not. I could add that it adults gocho it was as a hard in the Johnson Shannon or sabe this take my comments, my concerns as constructive as possible. But there goes tweet I couldn't order the kiwi nenado. Night yes, actually, it ashin some bands, that's case. I see what I know. Edo ela that it the dictionary ela bas what I yati. I don't know to sa jo ba hin sindo. I don't saw the sindo abste nil the nan janon hat saw the zing. That Paul Johnson adolech hedal nigi edo shin nahat in the nenha. It is ishika kon jano kita hanil net halen. Again, Sandia Chinant Chair, appreciate this time. Leah, take out the negotiator. That's it, sneaky, it's done sponsor. Yashiko, it's a hosting ocean and Taco.
Yeah, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Araba Heinzi, I best gate Aroti, Ani, the more years ago on a Saturday, gonna but let's see, link a big on the right one arrows the Jordan Hoke did a executive session, Ninigi or Arbit, Zara, but it's in that name, Bengo, NHA. Aro Keren getting the has net dog kitchen. Ishin Rego tour that evening, so Aja out on Hinan evening. So I don't care. I knew out behind Sigation and I on Vice Chair Walker. So if you I show you how Honorable Kiel and begin.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's honest, brother. Earlier, I tried to unmute, but I had to just drop the call and call back in again. But my last four is 6987. That's the call that I have. But anyway, quite a few regarding NHA, and I'm sure the director, NHA staff, and everyone has been receiving the same concerns and argument or issues that I have with NHA about housing. Earlier edition, that Liniki at the Najiki Beyashti Adoblagana Ben Atzoko not supposed to be hit the sheet. So that two language, if those two language can't be acknowledged, what other language do I need to learn for our program to understand my position and my issues and concerns with NHA? Chairman, I mean, again, I'm beyond frustration on this particular issue, but I'm keeping my posture just to be respectful to our leadership at NHA and other programs. For one, back in several years ago, even the Nazlini chapter submitted a resolution asking the NHA to at least demolish a burnt NHA home or a decon the ceiling roof or not stars out in the sun. So just imagine if kids will be playing in there, the safety, the issue of that. But how much more longer? I mean, the other thing that I have concern of is that don't share these documents with the public. That's the biggest problem that we have. Why aren't we sharing what the NHA are planning on? Why me as a delegate representing the community, but yet for me to keep certain information from them, is that even ethical? So, if if you plan on not sharing information, telling me to not share information, just don't send it to me. Why do I keep it? Then I feel guilty of not providing information to the community that I represent. Chairman, I think that needs to be resolved before they disseminate information to us. And I want to, and I like to share these documents with the community that I represent. When I did look through that document, clearly all my issues and concerns are even on there again. But then, but when that I don't and I kept saying that this is probably my fifth or fourth NHA directors in the only 2 terms that I got. That I'm back in. And 1, 2, the third group of board members. The consistency and the progress of NHA housing for our Navajo people continues to change every time a leadership is changed. Bagan dan di ni rat awshit andin li khad shim nan kesjo ajo hawando nushoto ni koden here community representative in that the sha ishit adapa nahat inta the first question, Chairman. Broadband, in opera funding, there's certain projects of NTUA having project to say that they're going to do a connection of broadband fiber optic to NHA homes because so NTUA is asking to do certain things for NHA program. So my question was, why can't NHA pick up and do this on their own? Because this is the homes that they built. From the federal government down, based on that, maybe they need to include these in these home development right now. Obviously, water line and power line is what they include. Maybe broadband or internet service or phone landline needs to be part of their plan to be the essential core of the infrastructure that's needed for these individuals' home. So that's one thing that NHA needs to respond. I need a response to say why is NTUA doing certain projects for NHA housing. And the reason why I say this is that Low Mountain Chapter, when that the whole just a cell tower, so why is it NTUA setting aside certain funding to establish cell tower for Low Mountain Chapter, but yet certain NHA homes across the nation, and I do say that they're just getting these funding just to build customers. So once they're established, then NTUA is just going to sit back and say that, well, I'm going to start collecting funding for these purpose. So that's one area of what plans does NHA have to help, even NHA helping the community establish broadband service or cell service. What plan do they have? So I got NHA housing at Low Mountain, NHA housing at Cottonwood, NHA housing in Nosley, and NHA housing in many farms. So these are the areas that they have homes, but yet there's no outreach to the local chapter to say that this is how we can help establish community infrastructure as well. And the one thing that I try to ask for is the cooperation in solid waste and Lindiki, because I know some of my chapters, the solid waste, or use some of these NHA tenants dispose their solid waste at the chapter house, but the chapter is picking up the tab to throw and get these trash out of the community. Whereas NHA had halit alsa dos space ye kan natja. Ashod na hagot mi height out the shin base of baby kite or what o aj got the peso a that agent and ha service liligi lato on habik and as la aj. So Aquagi thought that's another area. Solid waste, how are they helping the local community in cost share in disposing of solid waste every other week. And then sometimes it's always closed because we don't have the driver to get these solid waste out of the bin to deliver to the landfill. I believe they're taking them down to St. John Gate. Well, that's how the chapters are just spending a lot of their money to get these trash out. But yet NHA is not stepping up to help. And then the other one is I'm going to send over a lot of the NHA housing are just boarded up. Oh, you board up at that Yahawan. I laid out at the 8. It's been not. Oh, what has although the other thing is Qatar streets or you potholes in certain area of these NHA homes. The now on the Ajeto, they literally have to go around, get back on the road, and get in on the other side just to cross the street or to get to a home. So, and I'll send pictures to RDC members the situation that we have in many farms. Ko halet ko to peso and data sto kwake ado satet o the net o you na not just to at the head shadow of animals that you that the cheat or yo catch because there's the community is not fenced in. No to buy yet kwake. Why can't they invest in those type of improvement for security purpose for certain residential in these NHA homes? Ado Qatar recreation after school activity da. Why can't the NHA provide certain community recreation activities? Each chapter are receiving junk food food sales tax. Wellness center but yet all they're getting is limited funding. And that's why I've asked the NHA, can you guys help contribute to build a lot of these recreational activity within the community? But I didn't really get a response back to say that it could be done or it can't be done. That's another area about NHA housing in these existing facilities. Covered the street improvement, burnt homes, veterans. And the previous board have the veterans to occupy homes without paying rent. The previous board reversed that. The reverse so I need somehow that the next kite deal what they need to other veterans home by that kit. One bando no free band has but yet in this age be tabaganigi kudoik and asla. So where do we stand to say that we can help our veterans? In one area they're paying for homes, in one area they're being one or two that's in just recently established earlier. But I think we really need to focus on the younger generation as well. Family, needy at the family. So how do we can be more stronger nation if we can even provide homes on our own Navajo nation? But yet they kita how aj go on the base of the aj aquadin he kaya has agi shekit ato aj one linki to adnata do ta net do ye go pohot asta so ye go kwa gi shit asta so last son denigi kodo which is lado ikena asla aja da paganiki ko halet ala kwa gi ni hip na ho aja can we somehow provide the legislation to say that whenever there's a veterans a great discount, if not they don't need to pay. I mean, why can't we pay them off for the homes that they live in as well? Adon Lego scattered housing is not adequate the Shibanite death kit. Why is it so hard to get our Navajo people to get homes at scattered housing where they live, but yet it's easy to give funding to homes in almost off the reservation. Dinda la based on Linigi which a wheel na, but I could the nan Linigi unleash the Kwagi who one has angi, she Kwagi not dish nasto the Shagando Nigut oh Hayuya dask yo, has it our Aja who one Linigi to buy net the Dodo Baba Casey Zinda. That agent, oh, you dig at housing the net day is even talking with the opera office as well. There's $50 million that's being asked to be allocated for housing. Say that okay, NHA did you that say one the nebach huliaki kwagi base as not the note that what the dot need that's it but kwagi that's ilan hich that and kwagi base had that dot zeke. Ko kwagi gisto it is all on the inish on the anish. Aaron has a last son the only currently the whole housing policy says that you have to live. I mean you have to select a location within 1,500 of current existing infrastructure. Otherwise, to get the water line and power line. So what that agent you hit the nan linigi baby one dot asli. A quacky lahanet not based on Saturn hippe or yedos pohonet zan quacky. If NHA, if the NTUA can do light up Navajo to connect electricity to a lot of our Navajo people, why can't NHA say that we need to build homes, we're going to do light up or build homes for Navajo? No, cooperation with all the OU construction workers, the construction companies, that skinda is a kodoha one that you need to that or sake of course stop on net. I guess if you can't get my point across your mind, the simplest is that there's a need of housing on the Navajo Nation at all of our 110 communities. So what a chairman this is litigation that's on that's a big easy big bid not on the sugar you have to allow has hoikishin or tokedo not the shin that's not what the nan case cut. So I've been trying to be polite. I'm trying to send you've seen my emails, you've seen my memos, you've seen everything else. And I put in a thick binder of housing need assessment from my communities to the NHA. What more information do they need? Some of these are medical referrals. Some of these are veterans. Some of these are disabled individuals that needs even ADA compliance of homes. They don't have ADA ramps for their wheelchairs. So what that agent get the nan didn't get you baby because earlier one of my colleagues says that you NHA you are our housing entity of the Navajo Nation. Why then isn't that nothing is really been improved in each of the community? I don't know, maybe other communities are, but what about my communities that I represent? Asian. So a chairman. So we did meet with NHA. You heard me brought these up when we did meet at Twin Arrow. Since then, nothing had happened of what I've been bringing up and what I brought up over there. Two directors should believe the chairman and the one or two board members were there, and some of the NHA staff were there. And I believe it was over 2 or 3 months ago. So since then, maybe we replay that, and it's probably similar of what I'm saying now. And then what will it happen? Will it really do anything again if we do meet with them? Justification after justification after justification, memos after memos after memos after emails after emails after emails. I don't know, Chairman. I'm not sure how to even to move forward in advocating for our Navajo people, the need of housing on the Navajo Nation, the need of cooperating with the local chapters in helping build certain projects that benefits indirectly and directly with our community of NHA housing. The home ownership, a lot of them are continuing to say that the final housing title hasn't been given to me. So there's layers and layers of issues that we have with, but yet we really don't have those succinct area of situation on each of the communities is not being provided to us. We just assume these responsibilities. But yet, I believe that when people applied, I mean, there's a reason why they got selected, meaning, I guess, that you're able and capable of doing the job that you're entitled or are charged to do in any positions that you guys are holding at NHA. Khaled Elanson Arj Ado the next up is now Disney Arden Nebza Beyat Nebe Baby Hanate, Nebe Bichehat Ahe, a quacky. A Kondaho Tata, a planning meeting band, the chapter meeting band, the majority of the time, I don't hear any report being given by NHA for their own local community progress or an agency progress. At then, a chairman, a quacky. So I'm hoping this is being recorded, and then again, how many times will I guess, being archived to say that it yahas and that other barcodes are the la Oshinda don't indicate the whole. But I have hope and I have confidence in the in NHA. I show the only the Shnukadon Bana in Shkasha. Can it be the last that I complain about it? That next week or even starting tomorrow, even though it's Saturday, maybe starting Monday. Directly to say that or Delgibegay, the Bohonet Zada, Stohol, Ishe even Kodoba Hanad, Setolification, Naiben, Hitch, Yashkit or Likodo, Bohonet Zada, Shetohnet, Stock, Jot I at the Hudson. So that way I'll stop bothering you. That way I'll stop sending memos. I'll stop sending emails. But if whenever there's a sign that says that these are NHA housing, obviously there's an operation of an office had developed that particular community. So, okay, with the chairman. So, I mean, this is probably just half of the information or issues and situation that I have with NHA at the moment. But I'll continue to share a lot of these information and justification. Picture says 1,000 words. I mean, what more? I mean, even I don't know if any media people are on the line. Maybe they can help me express the situation that we have at the community. So again, beyond frustration, but at the same time, I really want to say, please help our community. Please build homes for our community. Please help our veterans. Please help our elderly. Please help our young kids, young couples. They're ineligible. How can we help improve that policy at DC level to say that, okay, each homes are being is eligible for whoever, as long as you have a census number, as long as you need a home, as long as you have family, you're eligible. There's always have to be a criteria where you're making too much money and now you're not eligible. So how do we can keep a lot of these highly skilled Navajo on the Navajo Nation, but yet they can't get home, but yet they decide to just go off the reservation where they have their home. At the Coney Bahon, we're over 400,000 Navajo strong. On the political side, just imagine how much that we can be persuading a lot of these positions that we send to the state and to the federal level. There's a strong voice of Navajo being heard at Congress level. If of all of our Navajo people will be living on the Navajo Nation, 27,000 square mile. How much of that compared to how much homes that we have? Yes, there's issue with grazing. Yes, there's issue with other community that these open range situation. But I believe almost more than half of it, there's there's land available for building homes. So again, I did request at the last meeting that please go to each of the chapter, work with them to secure land for additional homes. I turn around and send memos to my chapters and telling them work with the community land use plan. Housing chapter So I'm not sure if there was any contact of any chapters from NHA regarding that particular process to say that we need to secure land for home development. So what the chairman, so I'll stop there before I get make any comments that will be
Yeah, Honorable Begay. Nagaba Heinze, so Bonidens kit and the how tiki to Kro NHA the Anish has Ajiki, Kroye, Yen Kitten the Hasna, Shnant Anarseniki Resources and Development Committee in the Higisa, Yegon Hidet, oversight need Glimmy Benina. But a chepas it has an age neto as Tana Alta. Any board members that not an as Panaco. Hajob is set on Nishikido, Koi Hajo has Eda Hadon, Nishikishi, and yet a so on Nilko. Harlan hit a Niho 1 yet and then his last soda or 1 yet and what ended Lagoshi has Anibe had it Egi at about 100 up red tape or bureaucracy at Neniki. I don't do the Andiba has 3 so. Let's have a leadership meeting at Twin Arrows. Yeah, go on of Sandia and died at Oscar. Not I can nail on NHA and Hitara and Nahas Khan, but it did kiss. Agus a qua na hot e for a don ne height all a hashed of sepen his na hos na din can hat board member she so ada which alone on this. So na hitch has thought the height a canana she that just a quit so. What are they about this the leadership meeting gate or Nate Saturday gonna send on the Holland the schedule is loaded saling a coede what asnant I don't actually not amateur Hanash later let Ms. Curley your response.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, and thank you for all the comments from Councilman Begay and also from Councilman Walker and Councilman Freeland. I really appreciate your comments, and with Councilman Walker, yes, I think we should do the site visit on that elderly home, because I, for one, don't know which one you're talking about. I have not visited that site in particular, so it would be a good venture for all of us. And for Councilman Begay, I have the notes that I've taken from our February meeting in Twin Arrows, and I was comparing those notes to what you had mentioned this afternoon. And I'm going down that list and I'm kind of checking off all the things that you had told us or all the things that you had mentioned at that meeting. And again, I want to say I really appreciate your comments, and I'm going to give you an update of some of the things that have been happening. It may not show within the 3 months that we've been here or that I've been here. It may not show readily, but it will show in the next few months of the things that we are doing within NHA. And I do hope that it does open your eyes to other things that NHA can be able to do for the communities within the Navajo Nation. Going down is the issues with housing, emails, and any form of communication that you had with NHA. I just want the rest of the RDC committee members to know that all the emails that our Councilman Begay has sent me has been answered and has been distributed to those individuals that need to be notified about the emails or the concerns that Mr. Begay has done or has asked. The response to those emails has been forwarded to the RDC committee. The last one that we sent, I believe, was in March. So all of his questions that he had, which he has sent to me, has been answered. Up to date, I have not received any other emails except for requests for certain individuals to get housing, and those emails have been answered and sent to the home maintenance offices in their communities, and they are working with those individuals to provide homes for them. So in that regard, we are trying to help the people that you have identified, but there are policies and as Chairman Nez has identified, there are bureaucracy red tape that happens with assigning homes to individuals. Our last audit that we had with NHA and our auditors in 2021, 2022, there were issues that were found about individuals asking for homes, through the steps of the tribal council members, council delegates asking for homes for different individuals. And NHA has provided those homes, but we got a finding on those homes because we didn't follow the regulations that NHA and the HUD has set forth for us. So therefore, we had to answer for those findings. So to date, HUD has still given us notice on some of those individuals that have been provided homes without going through the proper process. So we have to stick to those regulations. It's really, in my view, it's kind of sad to do that, but it's, again, bureaucracy that we have to follow. And in regards to your Noslini burned out home that you mentioned, NHA has, as of today, has put together a contract for a particular contractor who will be going through all of the homes that have been identified. They will be total renovations, burnouts, rebuilds, and also the boarded up homes that you were talking about. Those will all be inclusive. Altogether, I believe there's like over 360 homes that we're going to be going through. There are some home ownership homes too that will be rehabbed, renovated, and the project is set to start as soon as all the contracts have been signed next week. That project will be starting hopefully within 2 weeks once the contractor has mobilized their company to the various sites. And I would ask that you be patient in regards to the homes that will be renovated, because they are going to cover the entire Navajo Nation NHA subdivisions. Again, there's over 360 homes that will be renovated, inclusive with the burnouts, the rebuilds, and also home ownership. And also in regards to your comment about not sharing information, I want to have you understand that we are going to share the information of the Indian Housing Plan to the general public once it has been approved by all three entities that we need to share this information with. Number one, our Board of Commissioners needs to approve it. They have seen the plan, we have reviewed it, and they are in the midst of approving that particular plan for us. Number two, the RDC committee, we are sharing that plan with you because you had asked us to share that plan with you back in February. And that is why we're asking for an executive session to go through the numbers and to really look at what NHA has planned for the next 2 years. Be advised that the 5-year plan that was instituted for NHA back prior to me arriving has been eliminated. Now our projects are to be set to be completed within 18 months to 2 years. Number three, we need to share this plan with the Navajo Nation President's Office, and also in a private session with him before it's approved so that he can put his comments into the Indian Housing Plan as well. So those three entities need to approve it first, and then we have to send it into HUD for approval. Upon HUD's approval for our plan, we can then say, yes, you can now share it with the general public. So that document is going to be shared with the general public, but we ask you not to do it at this time until we get full approval from all the entities that are involved. Next, you have broadband homes with NTUA. I'm sorry to say that we are not part of that project simply because we don't have the capacity to do broadband within NHA homes. That particular skill and trade is left to NTUA because they have the expertise to do that. We can request for them to put homes into NHA homes. However, I don't believe that project has started yet. And we are meeting with NTUA and a leadership group for several enterprises on a monthly basis. And we're updating each other on projects that are coming to the forefront. So I want you to be aware that we are talking to other entities and we are doing partnerships with those entities so that we can all be on the same page for various projects that we're doing with within NHA and within the Navajo Nation. And for the comments that you made for the trash, the boarded up homes, and the streets, the potholes, those are all inclusive with that plan that I just talked to you about the contractor that we have signed. The contractor would be covering all those areas for us within each subdivision. I'm certain, and I am, I will guarantee, I guess I shouldn't guarantee, but I will say that I am certain that this contractor will finish all the things that we have outlined for him within each of the subdivisions by December 30th of this year. We were shooting for September 30th, but I'm hoping that we can be able to expend at least half of the funds that we have recovered to be completed by September 30th, so that we can be within the guidelines of HUD and the IHP plan for 2021 that we're working on currently. As far as community recreation activities, the wellness centers and veteran homes, those can be included in the IHP, but we would have to, we didn't receive any information as to what community needed community recreation facilities or anything of that nature in this year's IHP. Understand that when we do submit this IHP plan for 2023, as we discussed back in February, the money can be appropriated to us in October, but we at NHA, through HUD and all through various bureaucracy red tape, we don't get that money until April. So that's why most of our projects aren't completed within the time frame that we have selected on the IHP. It usually takes 2 years, maybe 3 years for us to complete it, because we don't get that drawdown money until in the third, fourth period. This year, we received our money just about a month ago. So for 2022, so we're working on 2022. We are really behind the 8 ball right now, because we've got money from 2021 that we haven't expended because of the environmental clearance that is still sitting in council that we really need to have approved and signed off by the president's office and council, but it's not, it has not moved forward. So none of our drawdowns have been, none of our funding from HUD and into our lots has been drawn down because we don't have the environmental clearance approved through council or the president's office for signature. That's kind of holding us back right now for a lot of the projects that we're moving forward. We would ask the RDC and those other council delegates that are online today, I would ask that you try request that this be brought forward maybe in a special council session so that we can be able to move that legislation forward. And we really do need that, because we can't do anything. We can't draw down money for any of these projects until that environmental release has been signed. And that's basically what's happening with the 2021 projects, and hopefully it doesn't happen with the 22 projects, because that's what we're working on now as well. As for to provide homes on the Navajo Nation, and you asked why is it that we're not providing homes on the Navajo Nation? Number one is because of the land. You talked about the grazing part of it, and you talked about chapters allocating lands for us. We have kept the communication lines open for our chapters and our chapter officials to come forward and tell us where we can meet and be able to identify land so that we can be able to build these homes for the Navajo people. However, we've only gotten, I believe up to this point, 5 council delegates that have stepped forward and said, this is what we have. This is what our chapter has set aside. Can you help us? So we're working on those plans with them, and we're trying to find additional money so that we can be able to help them build homes. We have our financial plan in place, or we're actually drafting another financial plan where we won't have to be using HUD money or else the HASDA or the Indian Housing Plan money. We're trying to find private funding so that we can be able to cover some of these homes that the chapters are asking for. As you can see that a lot of the funding that comes through NHA is from the from the government. We seem to be hogtied to government regulations for all of the money that we receive from the feds. So we're looking for other sources and trying to leverage certain funding that we receive so that we can be able to build homes for middle income and high income families. And you had talked about keeping those families here on the reservation to work, but we do have a plan in place for that, and we can basically bring that to forefront for you when we meet with you in Twin Arrows. We have a lot of things going, a lot of planning going on currently, so that we can be able to appease each of you, the council delegates out there. We want to make sure that we do build homes for these families. I can certainly attest to the fact that my heart goes out to those that don't have homes, and all the requests that we're getting for homes. And I just get to a point where I say, why do we not have enough money? Is there some way that we can find additional money to build these homes? And that's why I sat down with our CFO and the deputy CEO, and we came up with a plan as to how we're going to do that. We're going to find money so that we can leverage some of this funding and invest in our Navajo people, rather than having to always depend on the bureaucrats or the feds to provide us money for homes. So, which includes the scattered homes. One of the things that you asked about the scattered homes as well is that doing a scattered home is actually a lot more costly than subdivisions. And I know there's a lot of Navajos or a lot of our Navajo people out there that don't like to live in subdivisions. But if there are, if their infrastructure is already there, where they want to build their scattered home at, it's a lot cheaper for us to build a home. Otherwise, if we're in it to build from beginning to end, we have to find, we have to put the infrastructure in, which is the water lines, the sewer line, the electric lines, all that has to be put into place for us to build one home. And that one home, building that infrastructure, we could have possibly built 4 or 5 homes. So it's costly, but we're trying to find other ways of doing that, maybe going solar, or maybe going electrification. That we've actually found a fund, a nonprofit who would be able to share some of that funding with us if we are to do testing for them on certain solar projects that they have in mind. So we have those kind of all working hand in hand. There are so many, I don't want to say wheels, but there's a lot of irons in the fire right now, and that we're trying to work through all of the things that you had discussed. And please be assured that we don't take your comments lightly. We are trying to work through everything that you have discussed, but please know that it takes time for us to go through it. It takes time to work through. And as a council delegate, I think you understand that there's a lot of steps to go through. There's a lot of channels that you have to go through, and there's a lot of red tape attached to everything that Navajo and other entities have to do, so that we can get through a lot of this planning, a lot of this development. And some of the things that we're doing, and why, the one question that you asked is, why are we building homes off the reservation, or why are we building homes in other entities and not servicing the Navajo Nation or the people within the Navajo Nation? The reason why we have even thought about doing development elsewhere is because the funding is going to be readily available to us. The housing that we're going to be building there is going to service students, high income, middle income, low income, and also it's going to service people who are going to be working in these new developments. For instance, if there is a big mall that's going to be established by the Navajo shopping centers, we need homes there. Housing, if there's going to be a hospital there, we need homes. So they're including us in their plans so that we can be able to build homes for these workers, so that we can have more people at work working for the Navajo Nation, bringing in that revenue for the Navajo Nation. It's a economic development cycle that we're going through, and wanting to be there for them and to help them so that we can be able to bring a lot of our Native people, a lot of our students back to the reservation. And I think that's what a lot of you council delegates are wanting, is to bring the students home. And that's the only way to do it, is if we do some development, there has to be homes included with it in order for us to keep the people here on the nation. So with that, and oh, I'm sorry, then you asked about agency reports. We have not touched on doing agency reports, but we're more than happy to do it. We can begin scheduling with various chapters or various districts to do agency reports if that's part of the purview that we need to do. But other than that, Chairman Nez, I turn it back over to you for additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Let me go back to Honorable Begay for his follow-up comment question. Honorable Begay.
Chairman, I guess my clarification on the building of homes off the reservation or near the reservation, Nikki. Again, I mean, we still are subjecting our Navajo people to live away from the home communities. I mean, that's one thing. But, and I'm not opposing it, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. And you do have your justification. But my point is that why making that a priority, knowing there's a greater need of housing across the Navajo Nation in each of the 110 communities. You're able to plan and propose such plan for an area closer to off-reservation communities. I mean, why can't NHA do the same for all of the 110 communities? to hit nebel has anikido bebich in nahot eki atit o hot ego go bets the nabenad at the eho waniki nes. So hashet out the nen liniki pansi kesto panahuit what koko. But nahot a quiet nahot the no by yel. But yet, last the hard sheen the agit agoshin. I mean, what procedures are you referencing? That's the other thing, Chairman. That funding is available. Niniki, have you brought up those situations, maybe through your board, and has the board approached the council, the nation, or the oversight committee to say that, look at this, these are the process that we're utilizing. Don't did all did up behated ego kodo behas anigi did arch say what ashin in latte hawan daily installe tohning gosla RDC bebich ha zi do na sosla bebich osla. And if so, have we done anything about it as an RDC member? Was there a recommendation that was brought to the RDC or the Navajo Nation Council of a policy change where it will streamline the process of building homes on the Navajo Nation, as similar to what is being referenced, that funding is being immediately available to build these homes? So, Akwagiki, can you further clarify that? Ms. Curley, I appreciate that. Chairman?
Ms. Curley, your response?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Nez. And Councilman Begay, thank you for your question. The off and near the reservation homes, when the clarification for available funding is actually private funding. We're not the ones that's gathering the funding. It's coming from other sources that are working on the same projects that will have that funding available for us. So it's not coming from us. We're not out there soliciting those funding for these homes. It will be the project manager and whoever is in charge of the project. They will be the ones that are soliciting those funds, or they already have some of the funding available for this particular project. So I hope that clarifies that for you. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairman
Ms.
Ness.
Curley.
Oh,
Yeah. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions? If not, let me go to Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, I did. Ask for these thoughts.
Oh, Audita.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Resources and Development Committee, Vice Chair, additional Taten Simi. Yeah, it's been so in the so this so it's no strategy. I don't presenters for Navajo Housing Authority. I did that in Sabo. It's Shan da Oxa. Alcohol, did con so a lot of these issues that are pertaining to the program, first of all, I think at this moment there's some sort of movement that's going on in NHA that's speaking to what you're speaking about. Pretty much you're cleaning up things and so forth, and I appreciate that. I think it and trying to get NHA back on track. But nonetheless, I wanted to speak about some of the a particular project that in Tuba City pertaining to NHA, and Aneva is well aware of one of the projects that was funded with NHA pertaining to a road improvement project pertaining that went through an existing lease that NHA has. And there's another sector of that, and Aneva probably knows of that project. And there's a sector of the next sector that has a lot of potholes, and NHA has homes in there, and just to try to address the pothole issue. And I think that if I could get a dialogue pertaining to how we could try to look at that and nurture that project forward again, just like the first project that NHA has replaced. But looking at that, that's one that I'm looking at, and looking at other forms of partnership to try to improve that road, because right now that road is on it's a recognized BIE route, and INDOT and BIE they're not doing their O&M to patch up those potholes. And but bottom line is that there's some leasing issues. Even the right-of-way is still within the NHA and O'Neill's land withdrawal. But the BIA doesn't have the right-of-way there. So we need to find a way to try to fix that, and maybe come to the middle and partnership with whether it's with INDOT and so forth, because we know that I know that INDOT's not going to put any money to it, and I know the NHA worked with INDOT on that, and that's what INDOT indicated, that they wanted that road to be built to INDOT standards. Then the other is on that road too, the first road improvement that happened. I'm wondering if NHA has conveyed that road, that portion of the O&M of the road improvement that happened to NHA or to in Navajo Department of Transportation for their operation for them to consume O&M. The other is that we know that there's the housing project for FFBA, and if you guys could really provide us the Navajo Hopi Land Commission an update on those projects again. Just something in writing. We don't need one at every meeting. Maybe every month would be good, just to give us an update on where the office is at on the process of those homes. The other is that we know that the housing is needed, and the outreach really needs to happen at the local level. And I think that's what Honorable Kealan Begay spoke to. But what I would like is that maybe NHA to come to my chapter and present a presentation on what NHA, what services NHA does, and provide that information to the local chapter there, because that's where a lot of people. I know that I have an NHA. We have an NHA to the city, but you know, I just able because they're not giving updates, and I think that dialogue with the local community government is very, very important. You know, if the government is, if the chapter is a certified LGA certified chapter and a alternative form of government, that direct consultation should be done directly with the chapter, instead of the chapter nor the delegate trying to tell that tribal entity to come in to provide a report to the chapter. The tribal entities, the tribal enterprises should be coming to the chapters willingly to say, hey, we're going to give you an update on housing. You know, on, for instance, like the ARPA money pertaining to the rental. They needed information. So just call into TUA or NHA for that rental assistance. But that type of information is really needed at the local level, and a lot of people tune into the local chapter meeting. For I appreciate everything. Like I indicated earlier, I see movement in NHA now, and you know, cleaning up a lot of what needs to be cleaned up, and but I do appreciate this and time, and thank you.
Let me go to Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here.
Yes, Honorable Rick Nance, thank you very much for having this Resource Development Committee meeting today. Hello, here again, Seattle to the Chamber. Lake like Mr. Korea, Navajo housing. Oh, yeah, down here, to the Chamber. Quite a few clean in exchange rate association at on the tone error. Nesiazi, Kato Patini, Chito, the very hard work is because it's hard in Nahawadini, a coco, we need housing up there. They heated Ashtin need a call just to remind her on based on this meeting, open the housing without income. She payat ito said Latin this coming July because she's gonna planning meeting go. I'm gonna put her on the agenda. We'd like to move on to build a industry house in Hartford area. We need house. We really need it. Yeah, it's not on. It is on Navajo Hazmatahasne, Asiba Shin, Agot Ela Cotesto on song, in such case never Nanita. I want to say, Gitterios, Disa, relocated one battalion to the Jokada, Oquad Oskin Dalti, once all the Rabadajo Paya Pagan. I want to say it, and I know. I would echo, share Kudo, Navajo Hazmat Kudo, you start name Marine Curley, Chief Executive Officer, Navajo Housing Authority, and your team. Although them also spoke to, but also thereby saying, could all in here or Kidotash, or see all those slugs any time. One Zayas Kidati, or you buy young, and then Zayas if you. I just make to the point, but thank you for the floor. Silla, Rick Naz, Don Zadar, the Sheesh, Silla, Shanat, Anina, in the RDC committee. Oh, you should tell on the DC check. Argentar, the Sheesh, such a dog, Elos, Argentar, Elos, what area again she did me. I want to ask this also, just one knowing that we need help NHA, and let's get serious too. Thank you. I'd like to break the ice this coming year. Thank you. I want to Isla, so that thank you, Shadin Ani. Yeah.
Kushila honorable yellow hair. Yat nations enigi aja, Netkaza aja, Is Curly a response, please?
Yes, Honorable Nez, Councilman, Chairman, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your comments from Councilman So and Councilman Yellowhair. I really appreciate those positive comments that you have given to NXA and our employees. We will continue to work very hard for you in those respects and keep you in the loop with all the things that are going on with NXA. At NXA in this particular administration, we want to be transparent with everybody. So whatever you have, whatever questions you have, please do bring them forward. At this time, I'm going to have defer to Aniva to answer the question of the Tuba City project for Councilman So. Aniva?
Thank you, Ms. Curley. Nana, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the RDC board. And so with regard to the BIA road improvement, I know that we advised our team about that stretch of road, Honorable Delegate. So we're trying to find ways to where we would be able to assist with what NHA did previously. So stay tuned with respect to the recommended approach to assist you, because obviously the roads and streets are very important in all of our communities. With regard to the our enterprises, meeting with the chapters, you are right on the spot with that. We had concluded a tribal enterprise leadership last evening with just that very recommendation, is that we want to let our chapters and the leadership know what our enterprises, what services our enterprises actually do and can offer you. And so I think there's a re-education that's needed with regard to all of the enterprises. And so we are going to be ready with a presentation to meet with all our chapters. So that is going to be an endeavor that's going to be a true commitment from NHA and the enterprises going forward. We need to do the scheduling and work with all of the communities in that regard. And to also then look at the community land use plan too. Going back to Honorable Delegate Key Allen Begay, recall that there's the community land use plans that were created by chapters back when. Then we came in and did the housing needs assessment to where there's X number of homes needed for that community. And then we met with the community and developed a typology of all the land use plans, master plan in effect. And so we need to reactivate the process there and have a meeting with every chapter with regard to land that is available. So we hear from some communities we want to visit that effort back when, to just take back, to take on from where we left off from the leadership back then. And so I'm really glad to hear there's some continuity in the same vision and perspective of going and addressing housing within the communities. But that it doesn't negate, I think, paralleling other opportunities with outside funding to look at other larger master plan scale communities too, such as the southwest of the Navajo Nation. So we're going to be working in tandem with those efforts. I'm glad that you're seeing some change under our leadership, a new leadership, CEO Curley. And so with that, we hope that you'll give us that opportunity of time. I know there's a lot to overcome. We need to overcome and clean up no later than the end of this fiscal year. And so we really appreciate everyone's attention and hopefully understanding patience and moving through all of these and navigating through all of these challenges at this time, though there's a grander vision by our CEO that we're wanting to pursue on a fast track basis. Back to Ms. Curley, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Halsey. Ms. Curley, Nido, Kunzaha or Tiffin Kitna, not on Hanazi, Kuro, Benan Kitty, Beshbans, but Anacho, DRDC, Kuro oversight and Lenigi, Yego, Yana, this Kito, Hashtehudon, Nislana, and Nego, non hit or Ka. Ms. Curley, Domasiazi, Lagon, Hispehosen, D. Aja on Nishawan has Aji, don't hit a neb run, then don't hit the last trouble, then again Hispehosen, Arnotha, Mr. Wesida, Nana, Debespehosen. A Konasko at Hait Ale, Hajo, Nahat Agi, Hashtadon Nisto, the Kek Hodon Nis, Elenigi, Bakan Hitchahon, and Hihoronat, Anini, Lenigi, Hait Alan Hikadi, what Lanits and a conihide go ayuban no ago to hajo den nishko go codon here don't hit it out I should it out said a halate out elan sunset a coeben nach area hakui codo request earlier special leadership meeting that's at all late next Saturday is kind of and a great one arrows the Basasi, Ledos, and an high ton that he did kit over Tarshan, no she based head or less. The other, I don't that the housing plan, get on the base or all next gate, also even Yahoo, Lebanon, are neatly, best Bahasa Anna, has Annie had a deal, Niki Yegon, hit that, a cut ending, here down, has your own his cost neck. Hot Alana needs and because they need, listen, hit off, nego. He could easily nail out a hall on nail. Espas and Coroni, Clinikido, Ajite, not Nishiki, how has Ajiki, Nikitan egg is a bite, egg is a panel, Nesto, and hit that 8 and here. Ajiko Payel, given in I hot up in Yanaho arty report. A con the honor ranger says that. And the gray assassin lead a gag of Shina Bikia till she had the equated Lado, San Arab, and Lato, and the bigger. What isn't all that? A quaggy Miss Curly Dom, Messiazi Dom, and guest added or snake presentation has I dashed at our Seto Arabian kissing the Hadosna. And that the board members don't be with the Hadosna, Ara, which will not all less, well, don't laugh at that, take out here. And I know Senegi Bespas and RDC slash Bahanat of Kit. Go accept we'll just accept the report. One twice.
This
3
is
times.
Delegate Yellow. So that's a follow up.
Akosila asked so unless and I.
Kushina, I can't none of us to let you. Ms. Yazi, if you remember that you said we're going to meet, didn't you? It's up ending. That's out behind it. Just my follow up. Yeah, to the Honorable Nance. Thanks a million.
There you go. Ms. Curley or Ms. Yazi, could you respond to Honorable Yellowhair, please?
Honorable Yellowhair. Oh, I did inform our CEO to come and do the site visitation. We do want to include all the needs, including the relocatees. Yeah, I think we just need to schedule some time with regard to your request with Edole. Yeah.
Koshina, make sure you email Delegate Yellowhair so he can notify the local chapter officials at Hard Rock. Local level, the Bespahosan Gobernation. Thank you for that. Honorable members of RDC, one last call. Any other comments or questions? Aten Hakoshila Washik, I will accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable
Chairman, I
Begay?
vote green.
Okay.
Chairman,
thank
I
you,
vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you. Honorable Begay?
Chairman, red.
Honorable Begay? Honorable Daniels?
I vote green. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you.
Chairman, sorry, Freeland votes green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Begay? Honorable Begay votes red, according to his text message. We have a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. We'll accept the report. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, everyone.
Our weekend leadership meeting at Twin Arrows. Thank you.
We will do so. Thank
Report
you.
by the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Minerals on the reclamation plan of the Black Mesa. Mr. Harrison Billy, are you on the call still, sir?
Yes, I am, Chairman Nez.
You have 20 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, and all the honorable members of the RC board, as well as some of the honorable council delegates. Thanks for the time for letting me explain. I'm not really too familiar with the question. It was a little bit unclear because it says, reclamation plan of the Black Mesa mine. So I'm going to step back a little bit and just make sure that we're all on the same page. I'll do just a really brief history since I've got 20 minutes. Okay, well, there are actually 2 mines in the Black Mesa. The Black Mesa, when I know Honorable Yellowhair is from there, but we used to call that Zakitchin. That's that whole geographical area. But up on top, there are 2 mines, and they're both shut down. Kieta mine was supplying coal to the Navajo generating station over in Page, and that was shut down in 2019. And then the Black Mesa mine was supplying coal to the Mojave generating station over in Laughlin, Nevada, and it was via a pipeline that ran from the processing facility all the way out there, and that was 273 miles, and portions of it goes through the Hopi Reservation. And that was shut down back in 2005. And then associated with the Black Mesa mine was the Black Mesa pipeline, the processing facility. And that was a 40 acres inside the 2 leases that Peabody has. Now, the Kieta mine has a separate lease, and as well as the Black Mesa mine. And that's the way the government, I guess the BIA works, is you have to have a lease for a specific mine that goes to a specific place. And so the reclamation plan for Kieta mine is ongoing. So some of you guys were up there, and I know Delegate Yellowhair and Delegate Daniels, they're familiar with that area. The Kieta mine is undergoing final reclamation. They're closing the mine, and it's happening really fast. There was 2 areas that they were working. One at the north area, which they call the N9 pit, and then also the J21 and J19 pit that was a little further south. Those are the only 2 areas that were left open, and so that's closing really, really fast. And the other thing is the demolition work. A lot of the demolition work is going on. As if you've ever been up there, you can see a big portion of the conveyor that used to go out to the edge. All of that is gone. I was just on Page over the weekend, and driving through there, I noticed that the only place where the conveyor belt was still intact was the road or the conveyor going across the road all the way up to the two big silos. That was the only place where I could see conveyors. So a lot of that has been torn down, and they're going through and still doing tearing a lot of the other structures coming back this way, and some of the buildings have been torn down as well. So it's that's the reclamation plan for the Kayenta mine. So that's ongoing. Now the Black Mesa reclamation plan, the Black Mesa has already been is pretty much done. The Black Mesa mine, like I said, closed back in was shut down in 2005. And somewhere around 2010, they started doing the reclamation work. And so all of that has been backfilled. It's all filled in. The only thing that was still standing was the facilities or the structures for the Black Mesa mine. And that was supplying coal to the pipeline. That, I think it was last year or short in that time range, it was also torn down, completely demolished, things that the nation didn't want. A lot of it had like lead and asbestos in it. So that's all torn down, and that has also been completely reclaimed. And OSM, our funding agency, and our department here with Surface Mining Program, we have been in constantly in contact and going out there and doing inspections, and so we're heavily involved in that, and we talk on a continual basis on that, and our inspectors are still going out there and inspecting that area. So it's taking shape. It's starting to look pretty decent. Now the other entity, the Black Mesa mine, that's a whole different company. Aside from Peabody, it was operated by One Oak. It used to be owned by Enron. And I used to work there, when it was owned by Enron, but then One Oak took over, and that was still standing as of last year, but now it's starting to get torn down. It is starting to look really, really different. The pump stations have been taken out. The offices, the administration offices, the well shops, everything around there is being torn down, and those guys are doing a really, really good job. They have equipment that I've never seen. They have something called a rainmaker, where it ensures that it keeps everything wet, so nothing is blown off the property. So they're keeping everything inside. It's a 40-acre facility, and so they're doing a pretty good top-notch job. And then the big what do you call it? The processing facility where the big crushers were. That is a big, tall structure. That's the only thing you see out there now. And they had a couple of ravens that were nesting in that facility. So they're waiting for those birds to leave the nest. And so they're taking, I guess it's their protected species, and they have the special laws that apply to them to make sure that they don't disturb that until they leave the nest. And so they're taking every precaution, taking that down. So that's probably the last thing that comes down, but it is coming down really fast. It's they've cleaned up a lot around the areas within the 40 acres, and it's starting to look really, really nice. So the Black Mesa mine, like I said, is completely, that reclamation plan has been done, and it's going into a phase 1 bond release. That phase 1 bond release is a process that it goes through. So it is happening, and it's going forward. And I really didn't know what some of the questions was. All I was told to do was to give a presentation on that, and then to give an update. So that gets you pretty much up to date. So that ends my presentation. So if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer some of the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Billy. Honorable members of RDC, let's have a motion and a second.
Chair, a motion.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Is there a second?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, thank you. Any comments or questions for Mr. Billy?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, RDC, Resources and Development Committee members. Colleagues, Delegate Yellow Hair, my brother, Delegate Paul Begay, Delegate Jitri Autosoto. On top of Black Mesa, Peabody, in Nation Day, culture, if it's when it was several weeks ago, we did a tour of a Navajo mine, a reclamation. I did a tour in Hipilia. I see. Junago, Ajata in Nation, and Junago, Kaya Haki, that Ahot, Hagita, Oya, and Date, Lehoya. Juno Nessie, Kodo. I don't know, Kodo, and great with Black Mesa, Ajata in Nation Day, Kodo. Because it has that's a neat eating for you, Mr. Chair. I would request for a site tour of Black Mesa, Aronanak, along with Nazay Minerals, along with Nazay EP8, and for the Anhidal Kago, the K Kako, the tour that they near Dr. Shabala. And maybe at that time, let's invite the chapters, the surrounding chapters like Cliente, Shanto, the Forest Lake, and the chapter officials invite that they meet up in Naspana. So I'd like to make that request. Maybe put it on next meeting's agenda for approval. So but I appreciate the report. Update. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That's an excellent recommendation that we meet up there at Black Mesa with Minerals Department. This is the Nether Sato and the Ingito Sabin to scale J Toro on Mid Valley. That's a good idea, Mr. Tai. If you would add that to next Wednesday's agenda for approval, we can go tour Black Mesa area with Minerals Department. Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, Jane behind Aranai Diskit.
This is a very important. This is one of them very important. The two mine provide a very millions of billion dollars. That provide a resource for the 110 chapters and all the Navajo Nation government. On clearly the car what place. The car no lota nation chendo yuntas. Oh, 2019 that car. So I thank you, Mr. Harrison Billy, Program Manager, Surface Mining Program, Department of the Mineral Research for this report. I sincerely concur with the visit the Black Mesa Reclamation. Reclamation is very important. We need to see the reclamation plan, and there's so many concerns about the community here in Black Mesa area. I see by seeing some Mr. Herman Daniel here for the out on the recommendations the chairman, big man, yeah, Robertson done the machine. Eve, she not RDC, councilman, RDC, Katie, Cadon, you know, you get a lead in count training in that only, so check official job of that evening. Aber I put out a other, so I get after able, a job of Hannah, his able. Once about has stated and supported, yeah, again, presenter, person Billy, I'd like you provide me your telephone number so I can call you too, Mr. Billy. Thank you. Went so to
Kushila ke honorable yellow hair ocean if not on other Nashas Ajet the teaching the Sahni Tlingo, Han Shindo less, Ocean $1,000 honorable yellow hair. Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Chairman, though, members, those none, this one's on I don't just staff, so presenters, though, that is, I get off for none, yet, presenter, you know, some negi, Koyat, and you join last name. Although Kodo Bishwas another negate linked class Argo Reclamation a dead you give been ideal kit. I don't see that this I get over long. Although by now the Reclamation projects and that although but the wet but the initial situation. According the communities that I represent, Coal Mine, Canyon, Cameron, in that area, shot that slurry line, button from Black Mesa. So it get the other button oh, that Jim Hibe it's in the Yago. So it quite it at the Qatar out echo. Other had that Washington pump station the hoodlum. Dot overcast now has a call quite report a kitchen hot go yet Italy. Tenant $1,000 to aid. Ada Dina dancing that yado and the the change the Jim had a car a game that it don't need to start that called at the I don't know they but in the shop sheet at the Nazil Johanna. I can kiki a yati say get a pipe na ahaki 8 to 8 adding other order in Kaya Bakaya a bigit yen Kaya bigit Honda. In I don't de go yashin on ako a quite again a hundred again a late out in there or that what edo or that to bahwin in the donde so Joe what echo Kaya what eggy it now a Kaya baha so or Joko baha zogo right away will be heggy Ela Eha Beda a call change $1,000 here. Not quit admit a they tell it in the net in the Kaya Street dish in Lindy Hollow. I could echo a king that a basic cheese the Toda under a bit wet other how one then you get but did the right of way what a hickey. In company as this committee RDC baby Hodon. Asian Yinske the chairman. So she did Hodon and the next meeting. Aha nation are quite a bit at Argo. And again he's a Holiago. He's $1,000. Tenant Arco. Ado a by Yaki. إبا ياتي أودا زي هوت إيدا ولا دبا هيصنا so هت إيجي دا دبا وين أوش إبا ياتي هذا له هوت إيش لبيع هذا هذا دبا سان دا ويله هوت إيكو نانتا هوت إيش دا ويله دا شدوا تخنا هذا the Mr. Chairman and committee members and presenters from the Minerals Office. The Minerals بدأتي دوشين خيل بدأتي سشن خيشين infrastructure خيشين I know it's not Navajo Nation. I know it's not Minerals Office. I know it's not BIA. خيشين بسشن شو لا كون يهت أبنهاش هذا هت تشيل هاتو نتو بتأوي تو تسنيك وتتعطيت كوهت إيدا جو لانا وإيهن دي ودور نتو بتأوي تو تسو كيا هجي النبي نتو تلسو جوهت بانسا كيشنان فتألا ونصدر للchairman دو كيها جوين
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Before I go to Mr. Billy, let me go to Ms. Rowena Jeremiah.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. I want to add to Harrison Billy's report so we can properly prepare for the tour and make sure that the tour addresses everyone's questions and concerns. So as Mr. Billy stated, the Black Mesa facilities, the Black Mesa plant facilities are separate from the mining leases. So there's the Black Mesa mine and the Kayenta mine. There's 2 coal mining leases that straddle both of those mines. So the operators of the mine and the lessee of those leases is Peabody. So Peabody has begun reclamation on the portion of the Black Mesa mine, the portion of those 2 leases. Separate from that are the Black Mesa plant facilities. That is owned by One Oak. That is a transportation system. So that transportation system includes the preparation plant and the pump stations and the pipeline that moved the slurry, that delivered the slurry, the coal slurry, to the Mojave generating station. So are we asking for a tour of both of the plant facilities and the Black Mesa mine? Because we will have to go to the 2 different operators. We'll have to go to One Oak and say, okay, we want a tour of the Black Mesa facilities, and then we'll have to go to Peabody saying we need a tour of these facilities. So I just want to organize it in the best way. And that's why I'm asking these questions. Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Ms. Jeremiah, for that. Mr. Billy?
Oh, yeah, I'm back. I mean, we can do pretty much anything you guys want. It's just like Rowena said, you know, they're 2 separate entities. One Oak is doing the reclamation on the preparation plant facilities just inside the 40 acres. So we meet with them pretty much on a it used to be on a monthly basis, but we've narrowed it down to like a 2-week basis. You know, it's there's a lot of things going on in that area. You know, there's a lot of traffic, so we'll have to take that into consideration. Some of the local residents are starting to complain about, you know, as much traffic as there is, there's like potholes starting to form, and so we're in contact with Peabody staff as well as One Oak to see what we can do, to see what they can do. You know, they'll have to repair that first, but setting up a meeting is not a problem. We just, we have contacts and they're willing to do that, but it's going very, very fast. So we can look at the Kayenta reclamation also going on, and that's in 2 different pits. So it's also going very, very fast. It's closing very fast.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members of RDC, and we do have the presentation before us as well. And there's pretty much 18 pages deck of this information for us to really look at. So when we go there, visually we could see what is taking place as well, and having minerals there with us. And probably EPA needs to be there as well with us during that time. So any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, the other day, it was like 3 weeks ago, Black Mesa United. Yeah, they came before RDC, but on the Twin Arrows. Oh yeah, I did invite them as well during the tour. So I don't know that day. I don't mind doing both mines, Black Mesa and Kayenta mine, Black Peabody and the other. Yeah, those 2. I don't mind doing that all in one day. So it'll be Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Daniels, we can have DNR, Land Department, General Land Development Department President, as well as Minerals and EPA, and we can do both tours. Instead of just having one, we can do one. We do it all in one day. Thank you for that, Mr. Tahi. Please make a note of that and start adding that to our agenda for next Wednesday for approval. Well, members of RDC, any other comments?
Chairman Thomas Walker.
Go ahead, Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Chairman, committee members. Okay, so the information that I mentioned earlier, I would request the Minerals Office to provide information on that area, on that pipeline infrastructure that's just sitting in the ground now, Ada. And then what are the plans to remove that, reclaim, or leave it as is, or what's the information relating to it? Are there issues? Are there challenges? Are there plans? That's, I think, we as a committee, oversight committee, would need to know that. What the heck it's related to what we're talking about here. Decision on that. Chair, appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Billy, your response?
That's a tough one. I know as long as I've worked here, which is 8 years, I used to work for Qatar Zaman, and when I left the pipeline back in 2005, I know I think Rowena and I were talking about, my boss Rowena, and there was I mentioned to her that there was a report that was done, and it's a very thorough report, and it involved the EPA, the Navajo Nation. It involved the Hopi tribe, the Navajo tribe, and members of the surface mining program, and the minerals department, and there's BLM and the BIA because that lease runs through the Hope Tribe and off the 40 acres. So inside the 40 acres, it was more or less controlled by MSHA, the Mine Safety Health Administration. But anything outside that was the OSHA administration. And so they did a tour of the whole pipeline. They went all the way out to within the reservation, all the way out to Gray Mountain. And Honorable Walker is talking about the Station 2, which is over at Gray Mountain, and they agreed to tear it all down. And but the pipeline that was kind of an issue, and they decided that in that report that the pipeline should be left intact because it's pretty inert. Everything, all the coal has been pumped through there and emptied out, and some of that pipe that runs underground. I mean, we're talking about 17 years now. Some of that is probably not any good. It's probably collapsed in some areas. When we used to go down and clean some of those pipes, down the line further towards Laughlin, some of the pipe got as thin as almost paper thin. So some of those pipe is probably already collapsing now. And that report did say that anything that was exposed, like river crossings or creek crossings, or Mother Nature has a tendency of moving things around, and so it exposes some of those pipes. And so some of those pipes, what they said was they dig it back like 4 feet and then cut it off, and then just bury it back up. It's pretty much it's just steel. And eventually it'll rust and eventually it'll collapse. There's really nothing that's hazardous in that pipe, and the only things that might be a hazard would be they used to have these things they call man cans, and basically it was a culvert that was cut off. It was stuck in the ground, and it was about 4 foot in diameter. And we would crawl down in there and we would monitor the thicknesses of the pipes. So those things would probably should be removed because it is kind of hazardous. And I'm not sure if they have locks on those. And there were sites where they had like solar panels, to collect data. And so some of those things hadn't, as of now, it hasn't been addressed. And I know that they talked about the Gray Mountain station. We called it Station 2. We had talked to I think it was Walter Phelps when he was the honorable council delegate. He was interested in it, and at the time they were talking about reclaiming that, and he wanted to save that, and held it back because they wanted to build a facility or a manufacturing plant because that was still in pretty decent condition. So there is quite a bit of work there at Station 2 because that was one of the bigger stations. So that's still standing there. So I think One Oak's contention is they agreed to reclaim the Station 1, which is at the Black Mesa inside the 40 acres. But I think maybe as a whole, as a nation, we might put a little more pressure on them to do just that. I mean, it's probably worth for you guys to read that report that that Rowena found, and go back and see what it says, because that was a group effort. They went down the whole pipeline. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Billy. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you have a follow-up question, sir?
Chairman, committee members, presenters, no. I will await the next presentation on the matter and await receipt of the documents or report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
This is Daniels again.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought the state the other day, Shanto had a meeting, and we had some questions regarding the communication tower. They invited Michael during their leadership meeting last week. I don't know Shanto leaders the pipeline, Black Mesa pipeline, maybe during the discussion regarding the pipeline, maybe invite Mike alone at Navajo Land Department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable members of RDC, any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Billy? Yes, who's this?
This is Herb Yazzie. Can I make a comment? I'm calling from Black Mesa.
Mr. Chief Justice, we're going to be up in your area. Schedule
Yes. Okay, yes, we can do that. Just a real brief comment. At our last presentation before RDC in Twin Arrows, we mentioned that we made an effort to get the government through President Nez's office to help us to get Peabody to review the reclamation plan, and we never got a response from them. The reason I'm mentioning that again is for your information, there's gonna be a meeting, a hearing at Forest Lake Chapter on June 15th, conducted by the United States Bureau of Reclamation for the purpose of reviewing Peabody's application to release them from their bond for certain areas. It's really important to us that the government, both the federal government and the Navajo government, here are concerned that the reclamation plan is over 50 years old. Things have changed over that period of time, and there needs to be a review of it, which is allowed under the regulation. Because once reclamation approves Peabody's application, their bond will be released. There would be less assurance financially of them doing a proper reclamation. June 15th, or hearing. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Chief Justice Yazzie. Araben Hischina anti satnal source at the vision at the office of the president. Honorable Vice President Lizer, are you still on the call with us, sir? Anybody from the president's office on the call with us?
Chairman, according to Zoom, Vice President Lizer is still on the call along with Executive Staff Assistant Davis Filford and Teresita Caution.
Okay. I believe Ms. Clashen was with RDC at Twin Arrows when Chief Justice Yazzie also had concerns about a certain document, and we would like to also have the President's office be present when we're up at Black Mesa. Mr. Filford, are you on the call, sir? Ms. Clashen?
I'm here. This is Filford.
Okay, Mr. Filford. Dida da ado hinan Jonathan Nes ba office do sat nad national senegi edo da apita edo da a vice president. We would like for you to be up at Black Mesa with us to meet the people also up there, including the tour that we're going to have with Division of Natural Resources, EPA, Minerals, Water Resources, Mr. Filford, if you would pass that along and make sure that someone's present from the Office of the President, Vice President.
Okay. No one, I'll be there.
Koshila, Ado the South Francis, Honorable Chief Justice Yazzie, Mr. Herb Yazzie. So, Edo here on the Koshila, Johut Edo Lesla.
Teresita taking good notes, so.
Okay, Biga, Teresita, thank you for doing that, and make sure you have coordinate with our advisor, Mr. Tahi, as well. Thank you. Arushnan, RDC, any other comments or questions? I hear none. We'll go ahead and accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Begay?
Chairman Begay, votes grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart?
Green, Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland? Honorable Walker?
Chairman, I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, motion carries. Mr. Billy, we certainly appreciate the work that you do over there with Mr. Bill Skeet and Ms. Jeremiah. You're doing an excellent job at Minerals, and really appreciate the work by your employees, your staff that you work with. So thank you very much for providing this report today.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. You're welcome. Have a good and blessed day, weekend. We're down to D, which Mr. Yazzie will provide his report on Wednesday the 15th. Number 6, old business, none. Number 7, new business, none. Number 8, close of meeting. Any other announcements? None. Motion to adjourn.
Chairman, I motion.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Sir, second.
Stewart.
Freeland.
Honorable Stewart. Thank you. Any comments or questions? I hear none. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Begay?
Chairman Keel, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Daniels?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Honorable Stewart?
Green.
Thank you. We have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Before I say we are officially adjourned, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Begay, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Stewart, serving your people not only at your chapters, but throughout the whole 110 chapters. And that you're working well. We are working well together on RDC. I don't get staff, Mr. Tahi, Ms. Chi, Ms. Khan, they need Nishkin, and you all have a good weekend. Be safe out there. Continue to take care of your families. We are officially adjourned at 1:45 p.m. May God bless each and every one of you. Thank you,
very much. Thank you, Chairman, committee members, staff.
Oh,